there we are. Good morning, everyone, and a happy Tuesday. How you all doing? Lazy morning. Pretty good. Pretty stoked. We kind of finished anathema. Of course, there's still stuff to do, but the base of it is done. We need to add some third-party components, and that's what we're going to explore today. So we can make a demo. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Banuka Max. Good morning, Small Knight. Good morning, Revel. Good morning, Rico. Good morning, Spanish Cuba. All right. Did I miss someone? I think I missed one, but DTL. Good morning, DTL. Just had the longest 2-hour meeting of my life. I don't know if you're making an intentional joke there or not. All right. Music is a bit on the loud side. Let's take it down a smidge. Very good. Artificial. Right. What else do we got going on? So yeah. Then I have to try stick tomorrow. I think you'll find that it's a bit like learning to use a game controller for the first time. I have no memory of that. I'm just making this up. But I observed my child use a PS4 controller. She would hold it upside down for some reason in the beginning. But it just becomes something you do, right? Your brain isn't really connected into doing it once it doesn't take long to span the cube. Good morning, Kitty. Give me your CTO morning speech. Is it a stand-up, Rebel? Is that what we're doing? Right, we're doing a stand-up now. I don't know if it's that different. I mean, like, you push the clutch in, you move the gear lever into position, and then you let go of the clutch, right? And you learn how to balance all that. I think probably what is going to be more different, if you're used to driving automatic, when you're doing things like putting the car into a drag mode where you are in an uphill, to not start rolling back, right? It's a type of squat, DTL. It's an exercise. So yeah, we have all this stuff working now, and I'm pretty happy about it. It's gonna be bugs. The first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna review a pull request from Londo. That was not Firefox, was it? 30 Fox. Oh my god. There we go. I haven't even said anything. Did I restart my computer yesterday like a pleb? I think I did. So we are going to merge this thing into dev. All right, I'll do it. All right, since we did a merge, we're gonna get pull. Yes, we are. There we go. Let's do a cargo test all. Yeah, that test, I wrote that yesterday. That's supposed to fail. Yeah, that's all good. Oh, yeah. So you kind of hold your arms like this, right? When you squat. Squatting with dumbbells isn't particularly efficient. Like the most common way of squatting is to place the bar across your back when you squat, right? So you create like a little pocket on your back, and then you put the bar there, and then you squat. But yeah, I don't know what a circus squat is or is adding to it. It doesn't seem like it makes the exercise any better. I think that's like a competition thing, isn't it? Yeah, but isn't this like a competition thing? How does this add anything over over your regular squats, right? I mean, it might be that it's more fun to do and that keeps you going, right? I'm just talking from a purely theoretical perspective. Smith machine is amazing. Smith machine is really it can help you do things like if you're bench pressing and you don't feel particularly stable, the Smith machine can help with that. And there's also safety features in some Smith machines that will allow you to try to bench press heavier. Because you can seriously hurt yourself if you load too much on the bar. But we're not going to do an exercise conversation on this stream, right? Well, you guys can, but I'm not going to join into this because I feel like we talked about it so much recently that I don't want to become an exercise or a fitness influencer. Then, Cuber, I think you should go. You should go there and it'll be great. He said I was drinking a protein shake. Well, this is more about getting a large breakfast. So I've had fruits, eggs, rice cakes, tea, cheese for breakfast, and a protein shake. It has really been helpful to eat a big breakfast when I've been doing streaming, so I'm gonna keep that going. Okay. We're almost done with that horrible drink. Let's do a clippy. That one's fine. And that one's fine. All right, excellent. Just go visit them, right? The thing is, the gym I go to is not really a fancy gym, but it's better to go to a crappy, what do you call it? A sucky gym than no gym. So, you know, we can't, if you have like more than one gym nearby, that's already a bonus, right? And you should do, Enrico. I'm shaming you all the way, man. I'm food shaming you. Try to cancel me. Right. All right, anyway. Why not? There's nothing wrong with chicken nuggets. It's just chicken, lots of protein. Chicken, bread, and egg, right? Assuming you don't fry them in oil, you put them in the air fryer instead. I'm here to food shame all of you, by the way. You guys have been tricked that this is some kind of programming stream. It's not. I'm just here to food shame you. While I'm drinking processed chemicals and whatever else is in here. Hello, Hoxton. How you going? I think it's more like the problem with chicken nuggets in general is the oil people fry them in, not the chicken isn't a problem. That's just loaded with protein and the batter is just eggs and breadcrumbs, right? It's just a bit of carbs, a bit of fat, but when you start throwing all that oil in there, that's when it becomes problematic, right? I hate chicken. I think chicken is one of those things that I don't mind eating chicken, but cooking chicken, touching raw chicken really makes me gag, right? There's something insanely gross about it. Whenever I have to cook chicken, sometimes I even wear gloves when I have to deal with the chicken because it's just so slimy and gross until you wipe it down. I hate chicken, and I get tired. I get tired of chicken. Ugh. Pressure cooker has saved a lot though. Like you can make some really good stuff with chicken and chipotle and tomato, right? You can make some really good stuff with chicken, but sometimes you're just too tired and lazy. In some parts of Japan, you can actually get chicken sashimi, which is raw chicken. Stress testing the bandwidth to a web server. What are you after, Huxton? Right. So there are obviously various methods of doing this. Are you trying to test like a small VPS, or if you have like a scaling strategy, all you do is just gonna ramp up your AWS bill, right? That's cool, DTL. I've never been. I've been to Thailand, but that was really boring. And then, but never been to Japan. All right, we're done with that girl's drink. I have no idea what you're talking about, Maccabee. What is ripe? Is something ripe? It's my own web server. I just upgraded my networking gear in front of a server. I want to see if I could hammer it and see if correct is that. If you're testing it on your local network, then I don't know what you're testing then, but no, I don't think Japan would be worth it for me. I think it would be the opposite. I think it would not worth it, right? Ah, it's some kind of French thing, right? Some kind of European French thing, eh? All right. Should we get into it then? Or should we just sit here and you guys can talk about something and I just half sleep through the whole thing? Maybe they found out, Maccabee. Maybe like, shit, the Americans paint different, right? Hello, BCC, how you doing? No, I never been to Bangkok. I've been to like, so I was with this girl and she's like, I really want to go to Thailand and I really want to be with her. So I was like, okay, we'll go to Thailand then. So we took a flight, got there, and it was like touristy as sin. And then I rode an elephant in a jungle and there was a large spider, and then I went home. The oldest trick in the book. It was super touristy, right? Not that there's anything wrong with that, right? I don't know what like. it depends on what you want, right? I had one pleasant experience there. I went to, there was like this old woman that put up like a restaurant in her house, right? Either that or I just violated someone's Sunday dinner. But no, she had like this. There was like a large opening, and she had like tables and chairs there, and she had like a big wok, and she was just cooking one meal in this wok and serving that, and I ate that, and it was damn good. But yeah, all right. So, oh yeah, I know what I forgot. My caffeine. My caffeine. I forgot. Should we do standing desk for a bit? The desk will be standing. I won't be. Bye. Come back. I love you. All right. Ah, the light's a bit low. Okay. Yeah, I know story. Well, that wasn't a great relationship. But any relationship that is still not around is obviously not a great relationship. I was young and foolish. Programming a lot of PHP back then. All right, so we're gonna do the anathema extras today, and I wonder how we can do. Is there like a lack of oxygen in this room? I don't know. Every time I come in here, I feel like, ugh. Maybe because I have to deal with you guys. Hello, cat peasant. What foolishness have you gotten up to? Let's talk about your foolishness so I don't have to make content. Good work, Macabu. Nice one. Are you enjoying it, right? Are you getting, are you feeling the fun of programming with it? That's important. Yes. Happy to hear that. Okay. Yeah, all right. We should probably fix that. Nah, let's not bother. Good work. The people in my current work are foolish. What are they doing now, cat peasant? What are they up to? Spill the beans. Unlikely. But where would that come from? Where would the carbon monoxide or dioxide come from? I don't live next to a motorway and there are no gas lines to the house. So I don't know where that would come from. Sorting multiple vectors then, right? I like how you prefix that with fun fact. Next up, decapitation or the joy of the Middle Ages. Ah, well, that's just called excitement driven programming. That's a new form of extreme programming, cat peasant. All right, that's a new form of extreme programming. That's what you're observing, right? But you know, it's only done by the cool kids. So you know, you're gonna be down with this. And the redundancy is a guy in the corner with a sign that says redundancy. Okay, so how are we going to find out? This is a problem that we're going to solve today. The problem is very easy if we have no parameters, but I'm going to tell you guys the problem anyway, and then you guys can feel really smart and come up with really meaningless solutions that clearly don't work within the parameters I'm going to give you, but I'm not going to give them to you until you've suggested a lot of terrible solutions. I'm being a dick on purpose, don't worry about it. Redundancy is the checks in the mail, right? So we need to find where a particular character or byte index is in a given string on a grid, right? So imagine, now you have to work really hard to imagine this, that we say I have a lovely lemon with one M here, sherbet, damn it, sorbet then. All right, so if we take this beautiful sentence here and we put it all on one line, right? Now it's very easy to know where the byte points to, right? So if we did something like, say here, this is where we're gonna point, right? Then we could just count the bytes up until this point, right? That will be number 17, right? Well, actually, it'll probably be 16. I'm gonna assume that this is 1. It is 1, right? So that will be byte 16. Like that. However, we know 16, but we don't know where this is on a grid. So in this case, it would be x16, y0, right? However, if we take this line here, it would translate to x7 and y1, right? So try to figure out where 16 is if the text is wrapping, right? Hello, Peter. How you doing? Do me a lemon. Was that good enough? Hello, Igor. How you going? A beautiful learning moment for me from some Brits. All right. I'm glad you liked it. So this is the problem to solve, right? How can we calculate where something is when we have word wrapping? Do each line contain a new line character? No. See, now you're doing the right thing, Rebel. You're actually asking questions instead of providing terrible solutions. And that is exactly what I didn't want, okay? You're asking useful questions. And that means that you guys don't get to look smart by coming up with terrible solutions, right? That doesn't fit the given parameters that you guys don't know anything about, right? I'm trying to make a joke here. You guys just ruining it, right? You're ruining it. You're ruining everything. Does the thing you're borrowing implement borrow? Okay. Right, but this is the problem that we're gonna solve, right? Can the lines be represented like this? Nope, they cannot. All right, they cannot. Well, they kind of can. All right, they kind of can. What we really end up with is something that is called a layout. Once we have processed all this text, we have two things. We have the actual layout of the text, represented as structures that contains pieces of strings, right? We also have the raw string itself. Do we parse it into a vec? No, because that would be unnecessary allocations. But also, yes, we do, but not in that sense. More working, less twerking. All right, enjoy lurking. What's the problem set again? All right, we're gonna have a string and some kind of byte index. All right, and given this byte index, we're supposed to be able to find the x and y coordinate of a character in the string. Don't worry too much about Unicode characters and character boundaries. All right, that's not a concern at this point. So given the byte index of 16, it's very easy to find it in a string here, but we really don't know where in the string we are, right? I guess what we could do is we could just look through the strings that we have. All right, okay, so I'm done shaming you guys now. Now we're gonna go and look at some actual code. So the question is more about whether we can do something like ask this for a character at some coordinates by doing a lookup on the strings, right? You guys can't answer the question until you have all the facts, right? But it's good to ask questions. No, okay, I can't unpack that now, buddy. Okay, so what was I talking about? Yes, lookup position. Here we go, right? So what do we actually have on this strings struct, right? If we can do this, we can easily have multi-line text editing, which would be pretty good. But we'll see. So we have lines and layout at our disposal when we go to look this up. We also have the actual source string, right? But that is not as relevant. Where are we? Parsing, yeah. If you are dealing with things like Unicode and such, then yeah, totally, right? So what do we get in terms of our lines, right? We have a layout and we have lines. And what do we get in terms of lines? We have the width of the line. We have a string portion of the line. And we have set style and new line. So really, what we should be looking at is we could iterate through all these strings and we could find new lines. So we only care about this and this, all right? But the question is, how slow is that going to be if for every key press we do, we're going to iterate through this, right? It probably would be smarter to have a specific lookup for this thing, maybe. Maybe we write our own text widget for this. Maybe that's what we do. I'm gonna go and get my caffeine drink though before we tackle this. Then maybe I can get a bit of energy going. Get out of here, bag. Ow. Concatenate all string entries, get position and return mod width and reminder mod width. That would sort of be a way to translate an index into XY coordinates, Rebel. So you're kind of on the right path with that. But if we concatenate all our strings, then we're going to waste a lot of resources doing unnecessary allocations, right? So my thoughts are, is it going to be unnecessarily expensive to iterate through all the line entries to find the position? Imagine that you have quite a large text block. That might be a bit expensive, right? You can do that if you want, Macaboo. You can do that if you want. It might not be something I can actually use or make sense of, right? But we can look at things. See, if we have straight up lines like this, then we're gonna end up doing that. Line starts. Interesting. Current line. Let's see what we end up with, right? Current index. What is current index? It's just 0. Okay, so we're just... All right, so you're calculating the start of each string. But that doesn't... So far, this doesn't make sense to me because we're already storing the string here. So calculating the start of the string doesn't make sense to me. Unless we're doing something further down. You were very quick to knock this out, so that's pretty good. Does store the length of each line in a vector? Nope. We can ask for it, but remember that if we have many lines in text, then every time we need to find the position, we have to scan those lines, right? Which isn't very fast. All right, so we have the index. We're going to get an X and Y coordinate back, or a row and a column. Interesting. I see what you're doing. No, but this is an interesting take. I like the way you're thinking, though, right? Because you are storing the start there, so we can easily check the index against the start. So you know which row you're on, and you know whether the index is in the start. So we can skip a lot. I think the bun is having issues. Hang on, I have to go and look at her or him. Give me a second. He was just remodeling his home. It's all good. I don't see how you can go around that if you're limited by the dynamic width of the wrapping. Well, you can use binary search to get through it, right? Maybe. What happens if we change the background of a cell on a Unicode character? All right, let's find out, shall we? Let's go to extras and cargo run this thing. All right, let's go to our input template. There we go. And let's put a text value here that is a Unicode character. And that we can get from here. Maybe. Really? Okay, so you, oh yeah, X11, right? There we go. Wow, okay. That is not doing what I thought it was going to do. Why did that become so... This is just supposed to be a... Let's do a foreground reset here. Where is this green business coming from? That's not good. All right, there we go. No excessive green. Okay, so even if we make it 1, it's still gonna be... Huh. I don't understand this. Why is green... What? There's clearly a bug in there, but okay. Let's not worry too much about it. We'll get around to it. Okay. So we might need our own string type here where we store certain information. So we just wrap a string and we store information around it. Except we can't expose certain fields publicly. So that's not good. We would have to make them into read-onlys. No. There we go. Okay, so there is a bug now. A bug was found. We'll come back to that one. Around Unicode character, and most likely the continuation cell. Right, we can try to catch that one in an optimization implementation of the drawing code. That might make sense, actually. So let's bring this one back in to show the bug. Oh yeah, no, that's even better. Yeah, so this has to do with the continuation cell in there. Don't worry about it, Macabu. Well, I mean, you can do it for fun, but I don't have async in my runtime, so. But yeah, can we do this without having to do an expensive search? Now I kind of want to fix this thing. Annoying. Okay, let's go to backend. And let's go to the screen. Do we specify the style here on changes? So we need to diff to create the changes. Yes, we do. Okay, so we already have that optimization in there. Okay. I do not, Macabu. Where this is generally supposed to be used is in to have multi-line text editing with cursors attached to them. However, there is no limit to how large your text can be. So if your text is in an overflow, the text could be really large, right? I think if we grab something like let's generate some okay, and let's do 5,000 of these. Can we not? Okay, we can do 500 and copy this thing. There we go. Okay. So now we have a lot of text in there. And if we load that text into here, let's see where we should do this. Maybe we do this on a key press for fun. Actually, what we could do is we could just have a static string here, right? Let's see. So we're going to load the text in here. We're going to put this as the value when we push a button. So on key, for this thing, we will do a save.text. No. State.input. Or is it value? Why don't we just go and find out? It's value, right? Okay. So now we do, it's quite an expensive thing to do this, right? So if we press a button, we have now loaded a whole bunch of text in there. Although it didn't seem to do anything. Actually, we can just call this empty here. Although it doesn't seem to do anything. That's because we don't have the input there. It's not input, it's value. There we go, right? Whee! Okay, now let's add an overflow to this thing. Do it, expanded cube, it's fun. Okay, so now, well, we can't see this because we're not scrolling the overflow, right? Okay, so let's do this. If we press a key, if the key we get is, let's go with L for load, right? That'll do, right? And then we'll do, where did you go? Then we do this, right? We can match on this thing. Actually, why don't we just do that then? Like that. And then we're just gonna ignore everything else. Now we can check for up and down. If it's J for down, then we'll do, we can do all this with the elements, right? By tag overflow first. We'll wrap all this in this. Really? I missed the closing bracket? No, I don't. I'm missing one here. There we go. Very good, Mac. It's a fun exercise, right? I'm sure lots of you have seen Antares 1K. I am not on the ball today. We can put this here. Right. Then here we're just gonna do overflow dot scroll down. All right, so L to load, and then we can scroll this. So it's actually quite fast, but as you can see, there's a lot of lines in here, right? We can scroll for quite a while here. I have no idea how far this is gonna go, but to drive the point home, imagine if you'd have to, every time I press a button, you have to iterate through all these lines to find the position on the grid for this text. That's not very good, is it? So the question is, can we do this more efficiently, right? Man, there's a lot of lines here. You know, why don't we do this? I know we can't iterate over the lines. That would have been useful. Actually, what we could do, can we set the text width to equal 5 here? And then we do that. And then we do, actually, that won't be enough. So we got 25,000 lines. Actually, we could just find it. Okay, that was enough, right? We got 25,000, almost 26,000 lines of text here. So if we were gonna do this, every time you press the key, you have to iterate over 25,000 lines in a worst case scenario. Probably not Rebel. I think we have to think outside the metaphorical poxy box here, right? For this to make sense. How did I get through all this grossness so quickly? Oh, and then I left my phone. All right, don't matter. I have nothing I have to do today. And this one wouldn't even work. This one would have split into multiple lines as well, right? So the words are only allowed to be 5 letters wide. So we are more than likely looking at over 26,000 lines here, right? Given that there are so many words that are more than 5 characters long, right? What is the wrap thing? Oh, it's just set wrap then. That still doesn't work. No. All right. You know what? It doesn't really matter. It's gonna be more than 28,000 lines. It's gonna probably we can easily have 30,000 lines in here. It doesn't really matter. It's an arbitrary number. And it's not particularly good to iterate over all the lines. Not that 30,000 lines in a vector is bad per se, but still not good. Yeah, it's always a trade-off, Rebel, right? You're always trading one thing for another, right? Like the only way you're gonna have performance and be able to do everything you want to do is if you just program, right? So you literally have to program every single thing you do, and even that's gonna have trade-offs, right? So you're always trading one thing for another. So let's think about this in terms of what would we need for actually, interestingly enough, what would happen if we made this into lines? Right? What would happen if we made this into lines and instead we added a text value for every line? Let's do that. That would be gross and fantastic in its own right. Have a good one, Expander. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know why I said it like that, but I did. And here we are. Oh, whatever. Right, let's see what this would look like if we do this. Struct test. And let's have test state. right? Not right. Brain fail. Yeah. Oh, right. That's not realistic, Rebel, because bunnies don't like tomatoes. Okay, so now we have all these as lines instead. Ah, that brings its own set of tragedy, doesn't it? Oh no, we can just use the index, right? So we use test here and test state new here. Right, so now we can say for line in lines, text line. So far, so good. And then, of course, we need to do this as an overflow instead, because we're interested in scrolling this thing. Let's add a key press to this thing. And then we can just take the input key press to deal with this. Don't have anything to do with that one. All right, now we can scroll this. So now, well, we still don't know where it would be unless we store the offset. It's probably very different from what I'm doing, Macaboo, but you can share it anyway. Let's have a look at it. Let's have a look at it. It's probably more fun than the thing I'm dealing with anyway. Un momentito, eh? It broke. Well, that's just software for you. Don't worry about it. It doesn't have to work, though. Right? It's all good. Hello, Axel. How you doing? Hello, Scotty. How you going? No, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be anything in big O notation. Honestly, I don't really care about that. I care about it being performant enough, right? So big O notation just talks about what something is in the worst case scenario, right? Which, when it comes to searching, becomes a little bit problematic, right? Take, for instance, access to a hash map is O1, right? But really, before you can access anything, you gotta hash the keys and do a bunch of other things. So it's a bit misleading to talk about things in big O notation always, right? Does the thing process combining marks? I don't know what that means, Omega. Nice, Excel. Nice. Oh, really? Are you having if you have any problems, let me know, right? Yeah, it's always going to be trade-offs. You're always trading one thing for another. You're trading anything from ease of use to performance to whatever, right? Yeah, we're still talking about the worst case scenario, right? So according to Big O notation, it's faster to look things up in a hash map than it is to look things up in a vector by iterating over the vector, right? But that's only true if the vector is larger than about 100 entries, give or take. Titles on containers or something. I recall seeing that on stream. Could you like describe something for me, Axel? I'm more than happy to elaborate on something, right? Oh, titles on containers. I think I understand what you mean, Axel. Let me show you. I think I understand what you mean. Do you mean something like this? Oops. Can we do a C stack here? This might work. Yeah, C stack works there. All right. We'll make it a bit wider. Is this what you had in mind, Axel? Okay, all you do for this, you put a C stack inside the border, and then you put a position where you want to place this thing, right? That might look better, I don't know. But yeah. We're just gonna explore this now. And you can do things like put 8 stacks in here. So if you want to put the title in the middle, you can do so. Right? This is a neat trick to center anything. This left is default, you don't need this. Now we're just gonna spend the rest of the stream fiddling with this stuff, right? So you're saying if we add a diacritic to the E, it should somehow make things more difficult? For some reason, we're not seeing that. I don't know why that's not rendering. That should have nothing to do with anything. We should be able to grab this bunny here and put that into our title. All right. I have no idea why the diacritic isn't rendering for that E. But that is not... I don't think that's... Let me see if I can make that E character myself. Where's the micro? There we go. There it was. Okay, so it's : E. wrong thing. There we go. Okay, so this one is different from this somehow. I don't know how they're different, but they are. Can we do... I really see this. They're not different, but they are different. Are they different? Is it my imagination, or is there a difference between these diacritics, right? They do look different. It could be. I'm just not sure why it's not rendering. Why is it not rendering that one? Yeah, it is a distinct difference in there. It's very minute, but it is there. That's weird, because we shouldn't have any problems rendering Unicode. Yeah, I can see there's a difference. Barely. But, it could... I mean, we can do this. We can take another terminal. Not kitten. What the hell is kitten? Stop typing kitten. There we go. No, it's still not showing up. So good, Excel. All right. Thanks a lot for the bugs. Now I have to find out if this is a problem with cross term or with anathema. Okay. Let's go into temp, cargo new, crossy. Actually, we can just do... We can just clone cross term. But that's the thing, right? I don't have to do anything. This is covered by the libraries we're using. That's why this is so surprising. And we're just going to find an example, like a basic... Did they not have a hello world? Man, really? Do you use some sort of tripod or display to have your camera at eye level? So because this is a standing desk, the camera has to move with my desk. So I'm using an arm to attach it to the desk, but the arm is actually really stupid. Let me see if I can show you a picture of this. Hang on. So this was a good excuse for me to go and get my phone, right? Right. Let's get some headphones going. Let me show you what I have, what my setup has here, and also let me tell you how I don't recommend part of this setup. Wow, that looks grody. All right, we don't mind. So the camera is on one of these arms here, right, attached to the desk, wow, that's, man, why is this so bad? Is that put all the focus on this thing, but it doesn't have the lens to even do that, so whatever, right? Anyway, so yes, that monitor, sorry, it's not monitor, this arm sucks, right? We don't have this light on because like I get so tired by having that light all the time. If you go to desk mount camera, what I would recommend, so it's something like this, but not as shit as this. I think this is the way to go, all right? This kind of stance is the way to go if you're gonna mount it to your desk, right? Yeah, but don't buy. First of all, this is entirely useless. This is a POS. That's rubbish. This thing, I highly doubt that this thing can actually hold a camera. You have an A7. An A7 is a full. That's a normal sized camera body, right? This thing is not small, and I don't even know what glass you have on there, right? I have a Sigma 18 to 35 on there. So it's not my heaviest lens, but it's not light. None of these, I wouldn't trust any of these arms. I think this is a complete rubbish. I would, if I was to redo my setup, I would get this, because this thing is designed to take the weight, right? The keyboard is the Digma DeFi, and it is my favorite keyboard, and I'm not saying that just because I'm sponsored. I really think that this is an amazing keyboard. This does not give you enough versatility. And what is that? Is that supposed to be a light? What a meaningless light. But yeah, if I was going to redo my setup today, I would have gotten this. Yeah, oh god, don't do that. I think this is, first of all, well, you have to, I guess you could just mount this even if you use a stand. No, I don't think this is a good idea, right? Now I can move my camera as I want now, right? I can just adjust my camera for different angles. First of all, well, a tripod is a problem because the tripod takes up space. The more you extend the leg, the more space your tripod takes up, right? So if you have, for instance, if you will, okay, really? Okay. Let's do a bit of a drawing here, because this is easier than solving the problem that we're working with, right? So let's say that you have a desk that looks like this, okay? This is your desk. Here's your chair or whatever, right? I don't know. And then we're going to put a tripod here, right? Now, the tripod takes up one leg there, one leg there, one leg there, and now the camera's in the middle, right? But the more you have to extend the legs of the tripod, the further out the legs go, which means the further out away your camera moves from the desk. So here's the camera now. Here it's very close. So if your desk is very low and you can squeeze it in, maybe, right? In the past, I've done semi-stupid things. Get out of here, Sprite. I've done semi-stupid things like place the legs on the desk. So I have two legs here, camera here, and then the third leg there, right? So you kind of just barely extend the legs on your tripod. I don't know where my tripod is now. I have no idea where that tripod is now. I have so many of these things. But yeah, and if you have a huge tripod, and so Emmanuel, there is a tripod you could use for this, right? That is an extending arm tripod, but this thing's gonna be like $200, $300, right? And as cool as this is, it might not get far enough down, and you gotta have a sandbag at the end of this, right? You have to have a counterweight, otherwise, right? Alternatively, you can get a C-stand with is it 4 3/4-inch screw, right? I have 2 of these C-stands hanging around. These ones you don't really need a sandbag for, but they are heavy. These things weigh several kilos. They're not easy to move around. And again, they take up a lot of space. So you have to position them correctly, right? Yeah, I did that for the longest time, but with the standing desk, I had to mount it to the desk. I just regret spending... I spent 70 pounds-ish on my arm, and I really regret it, right? I think if I was going to do it today, I would do what I showed you, or I would get super clamp from Godox. I will get one of these with an elbow, right? I'll get one of these. They can take up to 15 kilos, right? And I will get an elbow with that, which is something that looks like... Let's see, do not have an elbow with this thing. The elbow is not going to take 15 kilos, but your A7 with an average lens is still going to be less than 1.5 kilos. So I think you're fine, right? Let's just go with Godox elbow then. No. You need like a jointed arm, right? For this. Why do they not have any of these now? So this is complete nonsense, right? These things do not even have remotely enough strength to hold anything. I mean, that one looks like it has a screw to tighten it, but in general, those of you who have lived long enough, you've seen these used in lamps in the past, and these springs are basically nothing. Here we go, right? These elbows looks a bit too flimsy. So Godox isn't like this. This is what I'm talking about. These ones, an articulated magic arm. That's what they 3 kilo max load. Your camera is not going to be more than 3 kilo. Even if you put one of those like Canon L lenses on there, or a Sigma 55 to 100, it's not going to be more than 3 kilos, right? Yeah, it's so ropey doing this because you know how fragile it is, and you put a Sony A7 on there, okay? I could not even afford to buy one of those today. Hello, how you doing? Enjoy the office. Ergotron HX. Yeah, this is like an ISO mounted camera arm thing. I actually have these, something that looks very similar to this that I don't even use. But then you need to buy the mount and everything, and these things are not going to be cheaper than this, right? I reckon this is probably going to be the cheapest thing that you can get your hands on, right? So Ulanzi is actually what I'm using to mount the light to my desk. This blue light here is mounted by an Ulanzi clamp. Looks like this. These clamps are amazing, right? You can use this to mount things to pretty much anything, right? This one's $79, right? It has also ruined part of my table, I just saw. That's not a biggie, because I don't really care that much about this table. This is a very cheap IKEA table, but I am going to put something in there. We're going to use the box that this thing came in. There. Good use of the box. Oh, and I threw the box in another box and there was no one here that could see it. That was casually impressive. So yeah, I think this is what I would buy today if I was gonna redo my setup. Because this does not create that weakness you have where the camera arm's gonna start dipping. I screwed I've tightened everything really hard on this arm. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I might actually get one of these. Just because I really, really don't like the one I have now. Yeah, my tabletop is one of those really cheap, lightweight IKEA tabletops, and it really is just. But anyway, long and short of it, this is why tripods are not usable for this. Let me know how it works out for you, Emmanuel. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna do some cross-term test here, right? Maybe we go with like the interactive demo then. Let's see if we can just get rid of something here, right? So cursor run cargo run example. All right, we do it like event pull read. See if this thing displays anything on screen. Okay, it keeps displaying a. Oh, you can't quit. Let's see to print out the cursor position. Okay, let's just modify this example then, right? Event read. And somewhere we're printing out a full stop. Actually, we can do this, right? Oh no, it's just using print line. This might not work. I'm chasing a bug right now, based on some Unicode characters. Oh yeah, sorry, I haven't got around to that one yet, Macaboo. There we are, right? So I'll check this one in a bit. Or not, apparently. That makes sense. Classic. All right, let's find that character again. That's the character that we're interested in printing. So I don't think this is going to be a problem to just print this thing, right? So if we did this, this would be fine. It's doing this with cross term that is not fine. I'm going to leave that one in there for now. So we want to use cross terms paint. Is it paint? No, print. Interactive demo. That's what we're going to look at. Okay. No, that's draw cursor box. We want to do the other one. Can we just do maybe just a color thing? Let's just see if that. No, we want to draw. Which one should we do? Let's have a look at this example. All right, here's the X character. So we're going to change this to that. I see what the problem is. Damn. Wait, does that mean that the bunny only contains one code point? Come here, bunny. Yes. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Press the wrong one. Yeah, that's what it is then. Huh. All right. Streamer mode enabled. Not sure if it's a bug or feature, but I seem to be able to get some weirdness going on with the canvas. I started doing a minimal example to show you. I think it might be a bug. Basically, it looks like if you write past the extent of the canvas, it seems to wrap around, or at least... Yep. Sounds like a bug. And I think I know what the... All right. So this is a problem with so this is a problem because this means that we have to print strings instead of characters. So this becomes very inefficient because we have to allocate a bunch of strings now. Actually, probably not. No, probably yes. Oh, man. Hello, Dottie. Yeah, I know the issue you speak of. I'm reasonably confident I know what that is. Let's make a new one. Let's go with anathema bugs round 2 here. Canvas drawing outside of X coordinate is wrong. It wraps around. This is most likely because we don't check bounds. We calculate index and check length. All right, so I know what that means. Drawing. No, not bunny. This. No, get out of here, bunny. I love you, but I don't want you. There we go. Then it fails. This is not the same character as because it has multiple code points. Right, there we go. So this isn't really a problem with the backend that we are using, the crossterm backend. It's a problem with how we're using crossterm. So I foolishly thought that we could just draw a character. We cannot. I think, Dottie, if we look at the canvas... Oh, that's because I just reverted to some stuff for the canvas here, right? Yep, look at that. We convert into an index instead of doing what we should be doing. So we should say if the position is X is larger than or equal to self.size.width. Now these are different types, right? No, don't record. No information available. I think that's a U size, and that's a U size. If it's larger than the width or position.y as U size is larger than or equal to self.size.height, then return. Then we don't have to do that check. That's it. This is, I'll just patch this in right now. Git add -p. Let's do a cargo test here. There should be one failing test in this code base right now. There isn't. Maybe I fixed the test. Which branch are we on? Bug fix, canvas, wrap around fix. There you go, Dottie. Fixed. Are you using main? Hang on. Let me make that a little bit better as well. No, this needs to go into main anyway. Done. Okay, so we need to change how the backend works. Maybe it's gonna be time to enable issues on this repository soon. The reason I haven't enabled issues is because there's a small group of us using this. We're reporting the bugs on Discord so we can talk about the bugs. But I think maybe setting up issues is going to become more and more relevant now. The reason I haven't set up issues is because when someone can create an issue without talking first, then I might lose out a lot of information, but that doesn't really help anymore. So we're just going to have to do it, I guess. Okay. So now we know about the code point issue, which I thought was an issue with the just diacritics disappearing, but apparently that was not the issue. Okay. Anywho, so we need to rewrite the backend, right? We need to rewrite the backend, which I'm not super chuffed about because we're most likely getting the right character. So when we draw the changes, we just do a print. And this is a character. And you can't just print a character. So we kind of have to put together sections of this, right? Since these are all stored like this. Oh, I don't love this. Hang on. This has a different output than this. So if we run this, it prints the E now. It prints the E, but what if we did this? How is this different from what we're doing? What we're printing here is a reference to a car. So is this print style print? It is. How does that work? Is it because they're using a macro? Oh, that's weird. Right now, I'm just being confusing. Oh wait, is this a Rust error? What? Oh right. Yes. Oh my goodness. So it's a Rust error to put multiple code point into a character. Damn. What a nightmare this is. Yeah, but there's no problem in having a character that takes 4 bytes. It's code points that's the issue, not the character size, because that we can deal with, right? Do we still have the bunny? Right? This is fine. You can do this all day to Sunday, and this character takes up 3 bytes maybe? I don't remember. But yeah. Oh, that's beautiful. This is the first time I've seen this bug, this error rather. So we can't just ask for characters. Damn. Let's check here. I have to ask Museum if his backend handles that. All right. Wow. Wow. Okay. Wow, what a lovely issue. What a lovely issue. So we can't even iterate over characters. I'm going to have to rethink the entire backend for this. What a catastrophe. What a catastrophe. No, I already said cat with my meow. Oh. Would I like more? But yeah, go on, Omega. Give it. Let me have it. As long as cross-term supports it, then I can fix it. If it's a bug with cross-term, then it's beyond our immediate solutions. I thought anathema was practically done. What a beautiful day this is turning out to be. Fine. Why? Do you have more bugs? We can test. Okay, while we're doing that, let's think about the navigation. Yep, Keeney and Voltbit. I'm gonna explain this again. This character here is not the same character as this. Okay, this is an E with a diacritic. This is a ghoul. This character is made up of 2 code points. And when you iterate over characters in Rust, it's gonna ignore the code point. So this just gives us... Actually, I don't know how many characters this gives us, right? Let's go and have a look. Stop doing that. Let's do that. And let's do this. Oh, hello, A. And if we print out, if we do for C in s.cars, and then we print out the character here, this is returning 2 characters. So, yeah, great. But if we actually print out, whoops, this, it prints out this thing. Interesting or a complete nightmare. It's, you know, it's a matter of perspective. Probably not, right? I think these ones would be fine. Okay. Yeah, these ones are fine. They're not printing out... Well, we have some space here. Because these aren't made up of multiple code points. These are just Unicode characters, but they're not made of multiple code points, right? Man, I was so looking forward to being done with this. What a curveball, Omega. Do you take pleasure in this? Is this what you do? You destroy people's hopes and dreams? Is that what you do? Okay. Yeah. So when I was using characters to print, this is basically how we do it, right? We get individual characters. Now, unless these are made up of multiple code points, this, again, should not be an issue. Like, most things should not be an issue. Yeah, these are fine. And you thought that I need to suffer too. I appreciate the sentiment, right? Shared misery and all that. Now, I honestly appreciate that you mentioned this. It's code points specifically, right? Yeah, cross-term can deal with this. It's so the issue here is that we're doing a lot of work on a per character basis. Our entire cell is made up of characters. So the grid, the screen as we know it in Anathema, is a grid of cells with X and Y coordinates. And each cell contains, you guessed it, a character. So, I mean, can you count code points in a character? No, you can't. As a matter of fact, this is 2 characters. So this will output 2 characters, right? Yeah. I mean, I'm not honestly, I'm not really defeated by this. This is fine, right? It's just something that we have to deal with. We just have to change this. But we just have to change the backend, nothing else. We're not dealing with characters directly when we're talking about text in Anathema, right? We are dealing with characters in the text widget. Where is that? Really? Are we not? Ah, right. So we have to rewrite this function. All right? This function and the way we store cells. And that's it. It really isn't worse than that. Right? So this is fine. I still think that actually I'm gonna let me do this and bring in this round two. Let me add some more information about this. All right, I've changed that. I don't think that's necessary, Omega. Like this, I don't think we need to do any special case changes for this, all right? We just have to change how we do things. So instead of operating on the grid as is, we might have to operate on strings, right? So our grid basically becomes strings. We always measure the size of everything anyways that it fits, so that shouldn't be an issue. But we do want to avoid a large amount of allocations, right? But it could just come down to reusing memory instead. So we have a string buffer for each line. And we just write into that one. That could work. Because the width of this thing is still going to be 1, right? If it isn't, then there is a bug with Unicode width, right? So cargo add Unicode width. And if we use Unicode with stir, and we ask for the width of S now, this should still be 1. And it is. So we don't really have a problem. We just can't use characters anymore. I'm surprised that this has not come up before. Because there's only 1 in there. I don't understand that question. Right? If I put 2 in there, we should get a string width of 2. I think I don't understand the question. Could you elaborate on that? And I don't know the width, not the length. The length would imply byte count, but I don't know the width of this thing. That's why I used Unicode with stir for, right? And if Unicode, as long as Unicode with stir is fine, we'd be good. But this is still not. This is a problem that needs to be solved, but it's not. Actually, maybe this problem needs to be solved before we tackle the rest. Given that, okay, let's get some code point cars examples, right? Does this one have an example of code points? Block. Now Unicode block. What does Python do with it? Actually, why do we care? That's not. All characters by code points? Combining diacritical marks. So these characters have multiple code points, do they? Yeah. I think this is this is problematic in its own right. Wait, that's not even the character we copied, is it? I mean, kind of. but they are but different characters. Oh my god. This is gonna be interesting. Yeah, I think the only problem that we have though, Omega, is code points, nothing else. We can see what Ratatouille is doing for this. Hello, Angeli. How you doing? We'll try this one. Right. 300 dependencies. But that's because they have all of crates.io in there, apparently. Hyper. Tower. What the hell? Okay. Let's look at the example. Hello world. So they do this by paragraph. So this one should not be a problem. A paragraph should not be an issue. No. What do they have in terms of... Let's go to the documentation. Yeah, we need to have an animated GIF. And we need to have a cool logo, right? Where's the widgets? Okay, widgets. Let's go and look at that. Okay, let's look at the canvas widget. They have a canvas widget. That's cool. Okay, they do it that way. Can you draw a point then? There's a line. If there's a line, there should be a point, right? Line, what's the rectangle then? Canvas, okay. There is no points. There's a cell. Okay, so that is not it. Do they simply just use strings? So there are no cars. There's nothing that can draw a car in this thing. They just draw points. All right, so these are just gonna be there's nothing more to this than drawing a point, right? So there's nothing, you don't choose anything here. Okay, well they made it easy then. They made it easy. Just don't let you choose what character you draw unless it's actual text. So this is, yeah, that's fine. They did the smart thing. Oh. Okay, so should we fix this thing then? But hang on. What about their buffer? Their buffer looks like it should hold cells. And a cell holds not a character. It does. Yeah. Okay. I bet that this stems from that issue. Okay, small string optimization. Nah, it didn't. They just went from a string. That's it. Oh no, we can write a single character. It's just that well, what's a character, right? We just have to change our cell. So this means that it will take up more space. So we can fix this now by writing these things into... I broke dev. I broke dev. I thought I checked the lints. What the heck? Ah, right. Oh, hang on. Oh, god damn it. How annoying is that? Okay, we'll fix it. Nah, you know what? I'm not going to fix it. So this is a little bit silly. All right. Hello, Avenir. It's a little bit silly because you can't write... Actually, maybe there is a... let's do this. Small string optimization. Single sign-on. No. I don't remember which one of these is it's like the most maintained one. So that we just look at the source. The idea is that this thing should only consume like 24 bytes, right? But herein lies the rub. A character is at most 4 bytes. We are going to change that now to be a lot more. Small stir, maybe. Maybe that's it. So small underscore stir did not show up small underscore stir. Hello, Danaka. How you doing? So we are changing our we're basically adding 20 bytes per character now. So we're gonna go from 122 times, was it 52? Yeah. To 24. So we're gonna go from 25,000 bytes to 152,000 bytes. So we're gonna go from 25 kilobytes to 152 kilobytes. Okay, when you say it out loud, it doesn't seem like a big deal, okay? But it still annoys me that it does. Okay. Okay. Let's see if we can make this work easy enough, right? Okay. Oh, fiddlesticks. The pain. The pain. Right. So can we enforce this to be yeah. No. Okay. Can we have like a stack allocated only string size that can be copy? It's immutable as well. Apparently not. But this should be fine. Can we do this without copying then? Well, this is an issue in resize. So let's not worry about resize for now. We're just gonna panic here. This, however. Okay. Let's see what that is. Okay, what else do you have? Unicode segmentation. Damn. Wait, does this thing have the notion of a grapheme? Okay, is a grapheme made up of multiple code points? Yes. So is if a grapheme can be okay. All right, give me some docs, please. No, just show me what you return, you lark. Okay, so I don't see anything that is a singular unit here. I was kind of hoping we could have a grapheme that we could then draw as a stir. So I have to rethink this a bit then. Yeah, this just says it returns graphene. Okay, let's have a look at the source then. Right, so it's operating on the bytes. So this will give us a string reference from there. It would have been so nice if we could use characters. Characters was easy, right? You have a width of a character. Either it's 1 or 2. We're done. But no, it's not that. It's not that at all. Oh, graphene cats. Meow. Okay. Now, this one doesn't help us. I mean, it does, but this is what we're using. This is what we're using to determine the width of a character and the width of a string. But we can use this together with the segmentation code. So there isn't a singular unit called a grapheme in here. There is only graphemes, right? So that's because all of these are operating probably on the bytes of... it's probably operating on the bytes of string, right? So it's almost like saying cars and car indices here, right? You're very fond of him, right? Well, you know what? I'll take your word for it. Okay. Hello, Skylar. Hello, Superstay Up. Okay, so we have to change the backend. We've had this backend for over 2 years. And this has never come up. This bug or this issue has never come up. I actually thought that Rust's car handled graphemes. No, we know the answer to that. That's going to point to this one, Unicode segmentation. Yay. Unicode segmentation. Okay, right. We know now that this is the only thing we're going to get, right? This question is relevant. Right, that's why. It's very unfortunately named. These are not characters, but Unicode code points. Yeah, so I strongly agree with this because I have for the last 8 years operated under the assumptions that chaos returns a singular character, whether it's made up of code points or not, right? How you doing, Danaka? Have you learned how to get out of bed yet? Would it be nice if Stud handled these special characters? Yeah, but they have an argument for why. So I agree with this more, that this thing shouldn't be called cars. Code points would have been better. Hello, Zumas. Yeah, we're trying to solve a problem with Unicode. Yeah, it would. I guess so. Honestly, the reasoning behind it isn't really relevant, right? Because we're not going to change that. Nothing we say or do is going to change this. We just have to live with this reality, right? So is a rune in Go the same as a car in Rust? Well, this, Sumas, this is a particularly bothersome issue. I would not start with Unicode, right? If you want to do cybersecurity, programming isn't necessarily where you need to start. A lot of tooling and stuff for cybersecurity is already built. And I think most cybersecurity people that I speak to here on Twitch just write Python. Yeah, I don't think there is. I still think this is the case, Keeney. I still think this is like poorly. Like this is what led me to think of cars as singular characters and not code points. Just working with bytes is terrible, yeah. No, so supporting code points only is not as bad as bytes and not as expensive as full Unicode, but their name is bad, okay? I think we can agree with that. How would I recommend learning Rust? Without knowing anything about your learning process, Agent Skylight, I would just say start with a book, right? But tell me a little bit about how you learn programming. How did you learn your last programming language, right? What path did you take and what worked for you? This also affects cursor movement when pressing backspace. Do you remove a combining mark or do you remove the whole user-perceived character? No, 100% the whole user-perceived character. There's no part of text editing where you would ever remove one of two code points, right? Unless you're building a very particular editor that would try to always combine all the characters. I don't know, right? It's a fun project, Macabu. I think it's really cool. Sorry, I haven't looked at it yet. But Macabu, did you follow the problem here, and have you taken this into consideration for your editor now? It is stay up, but grapheme and code points are probably quite solved in the sense of how we draw things in general, right? So we're just gonna go with that. Okay, so that's good, Skylight. I would say for Rust, at least read a certain part of the book. If we pop the book open here, so get to, like, you should at least understand ownership and how this works before you start using this as a reference only. So I would say probably... Yeah, at least up until this point. Although you're gonna need structs and modules most likely as well, and things like vectors and hash maps and what have you. But you can wait with error handling for a bit, and if you understand C#, you won't have much of an issue when it comes to generics and traits. Traits is kind of like interfaces in C#. And lifetimes you can ignore for as long as possible until you get to a point where you want to do some optimizations, maybe. Yeah, but that has been in the works for a long time. This has been going on for a long time, right? Rust range copy. Okay, I thought they were gonna link to... So this should be linking to the latest stuff, maybe. Yeah, okay. I don't know what this is, but yeah, this has been a thing for a while. That it's gonna be a copy. There's just some things that needs to change first. Yeah, because the iterator. But I think it becomes the range implements into iterator or something instead. How can you tell if you're in normal or insert mode? I am always in normal mode, except if I'm editing. But the moment I am done editing, I hit the escape key, right? It's in my spinal cortex at this point, right, to do that. Well, it's like when you would normally use a text editor and you're done, you hit enter, right? If you're typing a command or you're sending a message or whatever it is, you always end up hitting enter. I never hit enter in Vim. I always hit escape and O to go to the next line, right? Actually, that's not true at all, but most of the time. So it's just like editing and I'm done, and that would just result in an escape press. I have escape mapped to where caps lock would have been normally, or on this keyboard, the red key here is escape, right? So it's just that, right? It's just you type and then you hit escape, right? It's just in there. It's like a full stop in a sentence or whatever, right? It's hard to explain. Or really bad habits, Sumas. But it's all good, right? If you have questions, feel free to ask, right? If you run Vim without the setup, if you run like default Vim, you will have a status bar with normal mode and all that stuff, right? Yeah, I think it just becomes a thing that you do, just like full stops and carriage return or enter or whatever that people normally type. It just becomes a thing you do, right? So you don't think about it. Everything is like within a sequence. You first have your I'm going to start editing, which is always going to be either going to be something like I for insert, right? Or O for new line, or Shift A for append. So that's like your start of your editing. Or C for change, right? That's the start of your editing, and the end of your editing always ends with an escape, right? I don't think it's something anyone even thinks about anymore. I think this is just how we assume that we send a message when we press enter on a keyboard in a chat, and if it doesn't send the message, we kind of go, what? Yeah, right all the time, right? And I do uppercase W as right as well. In my NeoVim config, I have human error correction set up. And this is incredibly useful. If you ever accidentally type uppercase W or uppercase Q or whatever when you're going to do something, then this is a good block to chuck in there, right? Leader W, I don't think I want that. Leader W does nothing for me. No. Because I want... yeah, actually, I don't know why I do that. Well, think about your sequence of editing as being a start editing, edit, and editing, right? So it's a little bit like everything you do is encapsulated into something. The start, the doing, and the end, right? Although I don't think anyone really thinks much about that, right? Okay, so we can't do this. I'm gonna have to rethink our backend for this. How we do rendering. Yeah, you can have different cursor. If you run NeoVim, for instance, without anything, so what's the no config? So we can do clean. All right. If we do this, if I press I, you're going to see insert down here, right? V for visual. Right. And now I don't have any plugins or anything, right? So all of this stuff is just vanilla. Press O for insert, right? But the thing is, you will pry the block cursor from my cold dead hands, right? I'm never giving that up. But you can have it on your status line, but I think it doesn't hold meaning once you get used to it. But yeah, so this means that we have to rewrite the backend. So we can do an optimization around this. Yeah, it'll just become second nature. How long have you been using Vim for, Yusuf? Two weeks. Ah, right. Okay. Well, in that case, don't worry about it. It will just become you won't think about it, right? You'll stop thinking about it. It's like changing gears in a car, right? Once you know how to drive stick, you'll stop thinking about it, right? Okay. So we have to have a new backend for this to work. So what would be better is if in our backend we do things like draw styled strings instead, right? If we can do that, then we can reduce our draw calls, okay? So we can make every line into a string that we draw into. Well, no, because then we can't update regions on... Then we can't update broken regions. Well, this certainly put a damper on my day. Okay. What a scam. All right. Okay. So drawing style strings would not be ideal because that would imply that we're redrawing everything. But what we could do is... Now, so small strings are immutable. Maybe we won't use small strings then, all right? Since they are immutable. Maybe we just... yeah. There was like a... Wow, thank you so much for the sub, Omega. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. Was there like a sympathy sub, right? Was there like a there? You'll be okay. You got an underfloor. Well, that sounds like fun. Nah, this had to turn up eventually, Omega. Make them into string size. Well, we need to have mutability, right? We need to have mutability for this thing. Is this thing gonna be 24 bytes as well, right? Okay, let's have a look at the small string itself. Why don't we see the struct? All right, I'm blind. Sorry. Okay, so they went with a struct. Well, the small vec's gonna have the same conundrum, right? But this one can be mutable, yeah? Do we have a push function? We do. We even have a push stir. Let's have a look at this thing. So we're just gonna extend from bytes. Maybe this is what we used then. So if we change the backend to behave in such a way that we sort of set a brush and then we paint with a brush, then we don't have to draw individual. We kind of already have that. But then we can draw string slices instead of drawing characters. We just can't have a grid of characters. And this makes that more complicated. We end up with this buffer that we draw into. This certainly makes it more complicated. And I need a cup of tea for this. But should I really do this now? Will this affect the strings? I don't think so, because the string has a draw function. It will affect the canvas. And it will affect anywhere where we have put car. So we just can't have put car anymore. That could be a byte sequence. It could be a byte sequence. All right. So I think we might end up with a lot of unsafe code then. And I don't like that. So why would we end up with unsafe code? Because we don't want to constantly check UTF-8 boundaries, right? That's probably going to be expensive to repeatedly do for every single character, right? All right, let me go and put the kettle on. I'll be right back. All right, there we go. Yep, muted. You guys just had to guess what that was, right? Welcome, Raiders. How you doing, Grim? How was your stream? Right, so we are drawing in the terminal, and this is really annoying because Rust is terrible. I don't know if you guys knew this, but it really is. And I'll tell you why it's terrible. Because a character iterator on a string is not actually returning characters, it's returning code points, and that is why it's terrible. You bit the bullet on something you've been putting off. Now, everyone wants to make the obvious jokes here, so we're not going to. What did you get up to, Grim? What did you do? Is it because you identify with the chair, mod prog? All right, my kettle's boiled. 1 sec. Or 10. Or 50. Or 2,000. Or 9 million. Or 10 trillion. Yeah. Let's set the timer to T. I see. Yeah, but what does the grapheme iterator produce? It produces string slices. We have to store these string slices somewhere, right? It's a lot of allocations, right? Very good, Zumas. Touches everything. Yeah, that stuff can be a bit scary. Just drop them. Why are you replying to yourself? Leak them? No, we're not doing that. We're not introducing intentional memory leaks or any other kind of onion. No, I don't know how. I was having a good week, right? Until now. And it's only Tuesday. All right, I'm just waiting for the tea. So, what do we do? I say we, but yeah, I know who's going to have to deal with this bullshit. Yeah, I don't care. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. We have to write our data into something, right? There has to be a buffer of data that we can draw. So that buffer has to own the data, and it has to come from somewhere else that also owns it. So we had this pre-allocated grid that we can use, but where one cell was 40 bytes or whatever. But now the cells are going to grow in size quite... let's see where the cells are located, right? There we go. Now 16 bytes for a cell, not 40 bytes. But the moment we make this into a string something rather, then that goes away. Thanks for the raid, Grim. Enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, is the tea ready? Yes, it is. Okay, so that was hot. Hot tea, baby. All right. There's no upper limit on grapheme size. No, that's what I was thinking. We could use like a small string optimization, right? But I don't know, right? To rebuild the entire drawing backend is pretty daunting, but it might also not be. Is there anyone who wants to tackle this thing? Do you want to tackle this, Modprog? If I can push this problem onto someone else, I'm not going to complain. Is this like a... What are we looking at here? Yeah, it's 3 characters. Twitch cleaned it up. Oh, it's a straight up Salgo, right? Very nice. Very nice. You might have inadvertently broken Twitch with this, Modprog. Okay, so these guys are gonna be good with this. Because they draw strings. So they do something I don't want to do. They do what we could do as the obvious change, right? We could just change the buffer to be the same as what they have, right? They use compact string. Yeah, I don't know why we have so many of these crates in Rust. I don't know what the whole point of this is. And honestly, who cares, right? But they do this for their buffer. They use compact string for everything. Micro libraries. Well, it's more that we have so many of them, right? I don't know what particular problem one of them didn't solve that warranted having 50 more of them, right? Okay, maybe it's not that many, but there are quite a few. Yeah, compact string, small string, whatever, right? If we change the cell to hold one of those, then we could almost be done, right? There would be issues with some things, but the text widgets would start working. So when we do things like... where's the canvas? Where's the paint? Here's paint. When we do things like place glyphs here, right? We are actually placing string slices here. So we just have to change the underlying function to this and it would work. But I wonder if we can do better, right? I can't imagine that this double buffer is the most efficient way of doing this, right? I keep thinking that there are more efficient way of doing this thing, right? So I came up with one solution, which was basically recording changes instead. So when we did a diff, we just diff changes, But for some reason, that wasn't faster. It was about the same when we did the profiling. So that didn't seem to be worth the effort. It did lead to another really large optimization though, but... Hello, Coding. How you doing? Okay. 4 characters would... interesting take. 4 characters would be 4 times 4, right? And a small string is 24 bytes. So maybe not. We would save 8 bytes doing that, and I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, I thought about it, but see, we can't use the character. That's the problem. We can't use the character. I'm drinking tea and procrastinating on some bugs. Yes, that is 24 bytes right there. So this enum would be 24 bytes with niche optimizations of the enum, right? No, I didn't want to download that. Fuck it. Who cares? All right. Sorry for cursing. Okay, so what do we do then? Do we come up with a new backend? Did we have to invent Unicode? I feel like we invented our own curse, right? We did have that mod prog, but I took that out. We could add that back in again, but if we have one big buffer, then we have to... Well, okay, we can just have one big string buffer, right? Actually, no, hang on, modprog, that's not a bad idea. Shut up. You might be smart on this thing, right? Or in general. We might actually be able to do that. So we store boundaries into a string instead. So the cell is storing boundaries. No, because we wouldn't... When would we clear the string, right? Every time we make changes, we would just append to the string. We wouldn't be able to truncate the string or anything. No. But it was a good take. Just have Danish letters. How's it going, Noctua? Write the garbage collector. I will probably just take act and see if we're going to do that. Yeah, we just reduce the alphabet, right? We just have like a table of allowed values. So this started as we're done with anathema. We can now implement third-party components, and I was excited to do that. And now it's like, we gotta rewrite the backend. All right, I'm gonna update the stream title. So anathema is not ready. Time for a new backend. Done. There we go. A big map for every different grapheme you encounter. Hello, Brian. We need to know which graphemes we Actually, I kind of see what you mean, right? So we have a map of these things and we index into them. So we don't have to we never have to free the map, right? It wouldn't be a map, it would be a vector, and we can just, it's an append only, right? So every new grapheme we encounter, we append it to the vector. But then we have to do the lookup. Yeah, so we would map a grapheme to an index, but we would have to do the lookup, right? Damn. Okay. Yeah. The pain is real. Yeah. Well, I don't know actually how we would do it, but that's an interesting take. Yeah. Okay, so let's open a sprite for some quality thinking time. Yeah, we would have to know what graphemes there are, right? What did the Unicode normalization crate do? Provides functions for normalization of Unicode strings, including canonical and compatible decomposition and recomposition. Why would we need this thing though? That's so this is making two graphemes into one, right? But when would we need to do this? I guess if we stored, but we don't know how large this would be though, do we? We don't know how big the shit. Yeah, no. Yeah, we don't know how big this would be. We can't store just bytes for this. Max 4 bytes per one grapheme. Is that true? So how would, if we took a 4-byte Unicode character and we tried to make a grapheme out of that, is that just not possible? Yeah, Danaka. When there are 2 code points in a character that we draw in, then we lose the remaining code points. So we only get the first one. That's because characters in Rust aren't characters, they're code points. Fine. Yeah, I think Alacrity won't even be able to render this one though. If we try to render this, yeah. So this is 2 Unicode characters, right? Oh my god. Okay, so Vim died on that one. It's 15 bytes. Wow. Are you having fun with it though, Monkeymon? So was that 15 bytes, Modprog? I wonder what happens if we chuck that in here. No, we can't even paste that. It's stable, but it's lying to us. It's calling code points for characters, right? What a scam. How you doing, Musin? All right, should we look at your backend then, Musin, since you're here, to see what you're doing? Did you link to that at some point? I thought you did. Do you have a link to your backend, Musin? Can we look at that? We can look at how, if we do this. Let's look at how all these ones are doing rendering. This one probably has... Okay, I can't do that, mate. I don't think I can. I have too much to do. But maybe we'll see, right? Maybe I can catch you like between things. All right, let's see. Where's the cargo toml? Let's see what they're using. Okay, it doesn't say. Maybe in here. Compact stir. So they probably also do the same thing then, right? Buffer contains cells. Oh, that's interesting. Instead of doing the continuation, they do that. I don't know. This isn't true. If text has a width of 2, it means it's not a single grapheme. That's not true, is it? The culprit in our case just has a width of 1. Yeah. So this is the same. This is the same as what Ratatouille does as well. It is not Moscow. It's way too dark for anything to live in here, including me. I am a ghost. Okay, so we have set text on a cell. So they're just gonna write it into here. Okay. Panics if push stir gets something. Okay, that's a thing, okay. Okay, so do they have a print buffer that contains multiple? Why is the implementation not where the print buffer is? Here we go. Yeah. So they also do the diffing thing, right? So Ratatouille, Anathema, Cursive all use the same strategy. Cursive and Ratatouille has whole strings under the hood. We could just make that happen then. Hello, Temporus. But I like to think that we could be more efficient though, couldn't we? This makes no sense. Why would you have... Aren't these supposed to be cells? Why is this not pre-allocating for the size then? You know what? Why do I care? Okay, let's have a look. Where's the diffing? Whoa. Yeah. Oh no, could you just store the VODs or something, right? I can watch them later. And pretend that you're live and talk to you and you won't reply. Okay, what other things do we have in here? Let's go back to... So there's Ratatouille, there's TUI Realm. Let's look at this. Let's look if they... actually, I think this thing's just using Ratatouille under the hood. Yeah, so that one is not relevant. And Dioxys TUI. That's what we're looking for. Ooh, really? They have hot reloading? How? All right. That's how. All right, cool. Whatever. Okay, fine. Where's the Huh? What's this? Okay. I never heard of mail map before. What a strange layout. Ah, right. Okay. I'm in the wrong place, aren't I? So Dioxys TUI doesn't actually link to the TUI specifically. Right. Okay. Maybe the TUI is in here somewhere then. Where is the TUI then? Okay. How does this work? Or is this just pointed the wrong thing? What if we do this instead and we observe the code from here? All right, this is more like it. TUI context. Really? Isn't taffy for variable width string layouts? No, this is the flexbox thing, isn't it? Yeah. All right. That's what that's for. What's Plasmo? Yeah, it's Rebel. It's a beautiful hot mess. No, Flexbox is already a thing, right? Flexbox is already an implementation. They just use that implementation, right? Well, it's not in the terminal. It's for something else. Ooh, this looks somewhat familiar. I'm going to do this. Hi, Crispy. And swap here as well. Now you guys can guess what this is. This looks familiar. Is this Spider-Man? It is. I don't know which one, though. Damn it, it's the first one, isn't it? No? Oh, there's lots more. All right. All right. Did you guys get it? How you doing, Crispy? Hello, London. I merged a PR. Anathema needs to get new pants. What is Plasmo? That's what I'm looking for. Oh, fuck you. Link to the right thing. Okay, sorry. Sorry. Why would you link to Dioxas? All right, we're looking for the renderer. We can start by looking at the TOML, though. Cross term. Okay, so this one's going to be relevant. I see no buffers here, so let's have a look. It happens, Parcero. It happens. I try not to curse too vigorously, but, you know, sometimes it just happens. Rink style. What's a rink style? Color and alpha. Damn, they do color blending as well. This is pretty cool, I have to say. It's pretty cool. Oh, come on. And then they're using Ratatouille under the hood. So this is no more doing things differently than we are. Yeah. Now. Okay. So I think we've looked at all of the TUI alternatives out there. And they all use the buffers of Ratatouille. And we even use something similar to that. Yeah, that's weird, Londo, that they were warnings in Windows, because they weren't warnings under Linux. But, okay. Did you answer my question, Musean? No, you did not. All right. What would be a good way of solving this problem now, right? Let's just go to sleep for a second while we think about this. What would be a good way of solving this problem? We have one obvious way to solve this is... yeah, I know it's weird, Lon, though. It's weird. Maybe it's a difference in Rust versions. All right, it don't matter. No, it's fine. The code works fine. There's no issues though. What's that talking about again? Okay. We have the option of we've always had support for different backends, but I have to rewrite the classic backend, the one that we use, because it doesn't work. Hang on. So what's the issue, right? The issue is that we have a grid of cells. Every cell contains either a character or a continuation marker or an empty flag, right? The problem is that you can have two characters occupying the same space as a grapheme cluster. I started up briefly, Peter, but it doesn't do anything for me. It is now open source though, so I used to complain that it wasn't open source and using an editor that isn't open source in 2020 whatever, right? But I think it's open source now, so it's probably a fine alternative. Oh no, hang on. I tried it and it errored out on me, so I uninstalled it with two strange errors when I think I clicked like focus on the terminal and it complained, it raised an error that it wasn't signed in or whatever, and that's when I rage quit. A lot has happened since I last used it. Try it. It's gonna be more fun than what we're doing. Is this the right thing? Wait, did it keep an old config? And then how do we get the terminal open again? There we go. Eep. I think it kept an old config. View telemetry. Why do you even have telemetry? That's an instant red flag right there. Where's the settings? Chat panel. Open recent project. Where do I change this? Yeah, we have Unicode segmentation crate open. It just doesn't seem to have. Any settings? No problems in workspace, if you say so. There we go. All right, this isn't as bad as it was before. So if we quit, don't save, editor, and then we do projects, Rust. Actually, let's go to temp instead. Oh, okay. So this is what I'm talking about. We get a ZBus error. The name is not activatable. Okay, whatever that means. Wait, hang on. No? Okay, so it hasn't put me in that project. Artemis is fine, Peter. It's the best thing you can ever. Look at this thing. This thing popped up again. Fuck this project. Oops, sorry. Really wipe it. Okay. It's all good. It's all good. So Dioxys was of no use to us. They all use the same thing, right? Good. What's an index set in this case? Okay, so that makes sense. Either we have a normal Rust Unicode character or we have a grapheme cluster, right? Is this supposed to look like this, or is this supposed to be one individual one, right? Hash set with insert order. That's what a hash set is, though. Hash set orders by insert. Okay, and never mind. So if we have multiple characters, then do this. Then we push this and we store the index. What does insert full do? So I have to go and look at the index set. So it stores the indices in a sparse bit field. Okay. Why do you even know about the index set? What have you used this for in the past? Index map? Really? It says, oh no, it is index map. Sorry. It just says index set there. My bad. My B. You know, realistically, we could probably... How many graphemes do you think you actually end up with, though, right? In any given text? Interesting. I didn't know Python 6 had a new dictionary. Sorry, 3.6. But even so, I mean, how many characters would you... Well, it's hard to say. I mean, say 4,000 characters? I don't know. What an odd thing. Who knows? We don't need it to be fast to iterate, though. So if we can do something faster at the trade-off of iteration speed, then we're good. Okay. Right, so this one stores two, and okay, let's have a look at this thing. This looks interesting. So this thing probably stores two collections for one collection, right? All right, so it stores an index map there. All right, let's have a look at the index map core then. And where did that come from? Mod core, but there is no core. Oh, hang on. No, it's referring to core as a module. Where does that come from? Is there an actual... Come on. Where does that core module come from? There is a folder. All right. Oh, man, I never liked this. I never liked this way of doing modules because they're separate from them. It makes so much more sense to have a mod RS file in there. But okay, it's fine. It's fine. Then let's see. Yeah, so that's what I thought you'd end up with. You have two collections there, right? Okay, let's go back. So insert full would generate the grapheme for this, right? No, I think it'll be fine, ModPro. I get the point. I get the point of this. It's fine. There's no issues. So what we end up with is storing a reference to a grapheme, so we don't have to do a lookup. or we don't have to store a whole string. This is pretty good, right? This is pretty good. And it would require minimal changes to anathema. We still can't use put car or put glyph or whatever. Or we could, we just have to change the definition of a glyph. So now the question is, what's the cost of using a stack allocated string versus a lookup? So when we grab this thing, this one's going to point directly to it. So lookup should roughly be the same performance cost as a pointer dereference, right? Let's have a look at the code here. So when we do an insert, yeah, doing but I think this will probably do that under the hood, don't you think? So if we go to the map, and you use the full insert, which is not available there for some reason. Insert full, because I can't spell. Key value, and then we get this thing. Get out of here. I think this will do that for us. If an inquiry order exists in the map, the key remains and retains in its place in the order. Its corresponding value is updated with value. Right. Do you think so? The thing is, a character is at most... Is it 24 bytes? Or am I thinking about something else? Is a character... In reality, a character could be represented by 24 bytes. Is that right? A character is 24 bytes. No, bits, maybe. Instead of 32. Not bytes, bits. Sorry, my bad. Yes, a character is a U32. A character can be translated into U32, but I think a character could occupy... let's do this. Unicode car bit count. I don't know if we're going to find... Yes, 21 bits, not 24. Thank you. That's what I was thinking. It's going to be 1 to 4 bytes. So are you sure? Are you sure about that, Mod Pro? Because I'm maybe a niche optimization can actually happen there. A non-max U size. So did you actually check the size of this thing? I don't know if you can do that in here. Is there no like Rust analyzer or whatchamacallit in here? Okay, use mem size of, right? Okay. What if we do this? 16. Can we do this? It's still gonna be 16. We could shrink this thing to U32 if we wanted to. Like that. No, it's 8. As a matter of fact, we could most likely shrink this to a U16, but I don't know if that's going to have any impact. No. We definitely can't use a byte here. Ah, the joy of this thing. Okay, so we can get it down to 8 bytes though, which is probably okay. It would be somewhat minimal changes, except it wouldn't be. So put glyph would have to take a string size, but there is no type called a grapheme cluster or a grapheme. So this is that's problematic. So this one would be fine. We're passing in a string size here, but place glyph is not. So here we can just change this to grapheme clusters. So this thing would have to take a string slice instead. And then this thing would have to be using is it graphemes? True. Something like that. Which we don't have yet. The non-zero? Probably not. And the index, why wouldn't the index be 0? I guess, okay, I guess that's why you have this, so we don't need that anymore. Oh, really? All right. Whoops. Nope. Don't have that functionality here. Wait, what was this thing doing? Why was that even returned? No, it has no impact there. This thing is obviously... This thing's obviously been like broken by copy and paste, I think. Let's see if I can find that. No, hang on. This is a link directly to your playground. So it's not a copy and paste issue. It doesn't look like this in your playground, does it? I'm guessing this looks different for you, right? Okay, yeah. Okay, so we can iterate over the graphemes here. Then this function is problematic, although it isn't. No, we have to iterate over the graphemes. So we kind of have to make sure that whatever we place is already a grapheme here. That's a compiler error soon. So this has to be a grapheme. I honestly still don't care, Enrico. I am happy you're excited about it, though. They shouldn't be wasting money on that, Enrico. They should be investing in anathema instead, right? Well, it's exciting to some people, not all people. I'm too preoccupied by this, I'm afraid. So if the... the width is still going to be 102. You repeating things like that doesn't make it more interesting, okay? My metaphorical house is on fire here. I need to deal with that. Then we can enjoy space. But you can still talk about it. A bunch of rich people. Okay. Do we make this change then? But then we could just as well... Well, we save space, but we incur a lookup cost. No, we incur an insertion cost. That's what it is. Only if it isn't a single character. That's a good point. Actually, that's a pretty good point. But that means that any non-English language might be more expensive. I think... Read the room, Enrico, okay? Read the room. But feel free to be excited about space, though. Okay, so for any language that by default is going to use multiple code points for every character, this will be more expensive. Do you get odd bot scam people on Twitch following then sending a DM about how they appreciate the energy you bring to stream? How do you know it was a bot though, Temporis? I get no PMs on Twitch. No one is sending me any message. Last person who sent me a message was... No, that was me sending a message to Liminox. It was a message from Nerder saying, just so you know, we can see your screen and your camera. I accidentally left the stream running. Itchy. Maybe someone's like, I'm gonna be really sweet to this streamer because I really appreciate them. Maybe it was my alt account, you know? And then you're like, you bot. There are no self-made people out there. There's like what is self-made, right? It's just like a rags to riches thing, and there's so few of those that they're practically non-existent. It's like the IT crowd. I started this company with only a dream and £6 million in my bank account. Bad. You for being nice to me. You and your family. You want to be nice to me? No, I understand them, Boris. It does sound bottish, but I know I'd never get anything like that. I am a little bit jealous, I have to say. And that's the end of that story. That makes sense, Temporis. It's weird that they would say that in a PM. But why the follow and then the DM? Why the follow? It's not like you have to follow people to send them DMs, right? I can send DMs to a bunch of people I'm not following. I think it's a healthy skepticism, tick. You got that on Discord? Okay, well, damn it. All right. Why are you guys watching this? This is a train wreck happening right here. Is that why you're watching it? Because this disaster that we're solving here, right? Okay. This is how you do it, Temporis. You alienate your viewers instead. Then you don't have to contend with any DMs, right? I bet you're all bots, aren't you? And I'm sitting here alone. This isn't real. It's a simulation. Imagine that the universe is a simulation. So whoever made the simulation, they'd be like, you know what makes sense? If we make Twitch, and the rest of the board be like, no, why? No, hear me out. Some lone nerd will sit in his basement and he'll do programming and they'll be like, yeah. But then other people will watch them and someone goes like, yeah, I think I get it. It's like a fish tank, right? We have those. Don't encourage people, Noctua. Don't encourage people. It's allowed. All right. Yeah, anyway. What do we do? Do we do this implementation maybe? So this comes at the maybe we'll just have a different backend. We could have a different backend if you're gonna write predominantly Chinese or Japanese or any like CJK, right? Because they are made up of code points, aren't they? The characters. So if you're gonna do that, then you could just have a different backend for that, right? They use some other encoding. Okay. When do we need multiple code points? Let's start with that. When do we need multiple code points? Okay. If everything can be expressed through a single Unicode character, can we just ignore multiple code points then? I mean, I'm just saying, right? I'm just asking questions, you know? Half bus is not for rendering crispy. That's for text layout in non-monospace text, so that would be unnecessary for us. Okay. Do we need to make more tea, or should we just rage quit, or what do we do, right? Well, so multiple code points are being destroyed because we render characters, which aren't characters, they're code points. So if you try to draw an E with a diacritic over it as 2 code points, then that's just going to draw the character, the E character, right? Ditch terminal, it kind of defeats the purpose of the project, but, you know, I'll take it under consideration. Always more tea. I think you're right, Londo. Ale mood. What are we talking here, right? Abbott's, right? That one always gave me a fierce hangover and a headache. Yes, so I'm wondering if we should have a different backend for that. So if you, would that make sense? If you're making an application and you want to write predominantly in Arabic or Indian, right? Or Hindi, I guess, as Indian is not a language, right? But if you want to write in Arabic, which is it, what's the name of that language? Who cares? Get out of here. You would just choose a different backend that uses code points instead of cars, right? Very good, Samaz. Having your daily Vietnamese as well. Dude, I'm not even going to unpack that one. I'm not picky. You should be picky. Their selection is too great. I think... yes, but it is for doing text layouts and stuff, but that's further down the chain, right? That's if we wrote our own terminal implementation, we might use half bus, but we're just drawing to the existing implementation, so it doesn't make sense to implement that. Yeah, that's not a problem. That we can do. Not a programmer. Not a programmer. Okay. All right. Me too, tick tick. Okay. So if we make 2 backends, then this doesn't flipping work because we still have the notion of place glyph, right? Okay, fine. We're gonna do this. We're gonna base this off we're gonna base this off what modprog length. What? Where? Hello. Missed it. Sorry. How you doing, Minxie? How you doing? Okay. I think maybe we'll do this, and it's gonna be. So RTL, we can support RTL, but just aligning everything to the right. That's possible. I don't think that we will be able to support RTL for the text widget, though. Ship. Yeah. Well, either the text is going to be RTL or LTR, right? But come to think of it, I don't know if this is going to be supported by the third-party thing or it's going to work on the input one. It can be both. Can it? When can text be both? When can it be both? If you write Arabic, then the text will be right aligned. So inserting a character at position 0 is going to insert it at the rightmost position. But if you add any English to that, it becomes left to right, or any non-Arabic, any LTR characters in that, it becomes non-Arabic, right? Non-right to left, right? So I don't know if text can be both, right? Exactly. So if you do this, but then it's all just going to be LTR, right? Isn't it? Okay, let's look at that. Free biddy. Okay, so this thing is not even using SSL or TLS, right? That's just creepy. This was good. This was useful. Really? Okay. Well, either way, it's not something we can do anything with without massively. Oh, yeah. I honestly, I don't know, right? I don't know what we're gonna do in that case. We could. Well, this will work when we push strings, won't it? Actually, I don't know how this will pan out. Because we're still using a grid. So what does this look like in the terminal? If you use RTL in the terminal, what does that look like? I don't think this is the RTL that I'm looking for. No. So it's still gonna align the text to the left, even if your terminal is RTL. Is that right? That's great. Alignment doesn't change, but the cursor changes place and direction. So we should be able to manually express RTL then by just changing the cursor. So if we do a text input, we just have to have a flag on that to say RTL, and it will just invert the cursor position when you're typing, right? So you type and the text will grow to the right, but the cursor stays to the left. That seems correct, yeah? What the hell is that? Anyway. So RTL seemed to be some kind of German thing. No, Dutch, sorry. Mubies. So we could use FreeBiddy to test things. I mean, these are completely different characters. Right? I am using i3 Kubilai. Wait, why is this on FZF? I don't get this. Is it that FZF don't support it? I don't get this thing, but anyway, it's not relevant. I don't think it's ligatures, right? It's something else. Or? No, that's true. But if we can get it in there, it would be pretty good. Yeah, the problem is that I have like no mental reference to RTL, right? It's easy to think and talk about Unicode. Yeah, calm down. It's obvious when we observe the issue, like with the grapheme cluster, right? But RTL, I don't even know why using RTL in that example we just looked at, why did that draw different characters, right? Maybe we say if you want RTL, you have to help out, right? We need someone who uses a lot of RTL where it makes sense, right? Yeah, I've read that one, Crispy. It's been a long time since, but I have read that one. But it was a while since I read it. It's a good read if you have a lot of time. It's long, right? But yeah. Yeah, and because I have like so to sort of drive the point home, right? It's hard for me to know what the difference is between these two, other than the fact they have a different shape, right? If you expect A, B, C, and you see A, C, B, then you know that something is wrong with the ordering, right? Because you recognize the characters and you're just observing that thing. This, I have no idea what the change here is. What am I looking at here? Why does this happen, right? Why are this inverted L and L becoming LW with like a fish hook and a weird P next to it, right? There's no weird P in here. Where does this come from, right? Why does it, is this the expected behavior, right? Oh, right. Yeah, then it makes sense. Yes, the nature of code. Let me link it to you. Don't show you next. El qué? Yeah, so I think for RTL to happen, we need someone in the community who is interested in RTL and has the technical skill to either help or implement this. Oh, I don't know what pnext is. Sorry. All right, so they do this. But this isn't... So this is that word, right? I think this and this is the same. Maybe. But I don't get it. Londo already has 2 jobs. Have you started the second one, Londo? Has that started yet? Yeah, I don't think Londo is heavily invested in RTL either. Minxie, I think RTL, nah. Not yet. I'm looking forward to hear how that's going for you. I think we're gonna ignore RTL until someone in the community wants to either solve it or be part of solving it. So I think we're just gonna do that, right? For graphemes, we can have 2 backends. If someone wants to make use of a lot of large grapheme clusters, then we're just gonna have to do it in that way, right? Where we say that a different backend is needed. But that could be a copy of the current backend and just changing the cell, and it should be okay. Yeah, I don't know if anyone in the chat is interested in RTL or has the know-how to help implement this, right? But we can go live without it. You can still print the characters, right? It's gonna be mostly it's mostly gonna come down to text input, really, I think. So in that case, do we need to go and add this now to widgets? So let's go to widgets. We're probably gonna need this in the roots. And which version do we have of Unicode segmentation? 1.11. I guess we can do that. Oh, I think they can, Rebel. But it depends on the terminal. And then after all that, sort. So it's I'm open for enabling RTL in this as long as someone is willing to do the work. Someone has like a mental reference to how this works, right? But until then, we're just gonna have to leave it. No matching package. Oh, really? I thought we did away with that. Come on, man. All right, then. No, RTL. Yeah, no, we're not doing that unless... I said I'm open to introduce RTL to anathema, but someone who understands and use RTL and has the technical know-how to do it can either do it and submit a PR, or they can help me do it. All right. But me on my own, I don't even know what I'm looking at, so it's not gonna help. Now, draw glyph has to be a stir instead. Either that or extend whatever we have, right? Either way, it's not going to be implemented by me, given that I don't understand it, right? As simple as that. And then here... Sold. Annoyingly, we end up doing the Unicode segmentation thing twice. Then we just don't store characters in here. We store... then we store a glyph, right? It's not even linking it to future me. Someone needs to want it and be able to support the implementation of it, right? So it's not even leaving it to future me. Because I'm not going to go and read up on RTL, right? I have way too many other things I need to deal with. Couldn't you require that any glyph is a single grapheme cluster? Any glyph is a single grapheme cluster. What's a grapheme cluster though, Modprog? There is no type called a grapheme cluster. Or did I miss something? We do the segmentation twice because we need to be able to pass in a whole string. We could get rid of it and then force... Well, no, we're still going to have to... We can force it where we do this. So instead of being able to pass a string, we would have to do s.graphemes here, right? We would have to do this here. And then this becomes a cluster. So we can do that. So we say that every glyph that we place is already a grapheme cluster. So then we don't have to do it. But then we can't have this function that can take a string slice. Actually, we could. We just have to say that this thing is a glyph then. All right, what was I doing? Let's go back to it. Now we're in the back end of things. So then we have to make a glyph here, which can either be a character or a grapheme cluster. And for a grapheme cluster, instead of doing the index lookup, maybe we just store... Maybe we just use a small string then. But then there's no difference. Is there? Doing one or the other. It has no difference. I think it's a pretty special snowflake at this point. And I say that in the nicest way. We have to have the storage here already. We have to have the storage already. Kettle, make tea. This is not the future. Okay, in that case, let's make a glyph then. Let's do... Oh, right, but a glyph isn't copy. We got bigger fish to cook. We do this for now. We can do the optimization afterwards. This is going to be a problem in its own right because of how we draw things. See, we can't take a copy of this now. So this actually has to be a reference. Or we can make it a copy if we use the index. So we have to do that optimization then, right? So that will hold an index. All right, we can do that. Right? Although we are going to make that into a cell. No, glyph. Okay. We can't have put car anymore, can we? I bet you do. I bet you do. Okay. Oh man, what a catastrophe, right? To have to redo this whole thing. Then we're gonna operate on glyphs instead. What is this thing? All right, for us to be able to call width on this thing, we're gonna have to pass in the source. What else do we have? Okay, so this is pretty pretty busy, isn't it? Maybe we want to take this one step further and call it size. No, no me jodas. Let's not do that. Okay, so this one is now broken. Okay. That one. Okay, I think this should be fine. Yes. Yes, I shouldn't. So drawing a singular glyph. Maybe this should actually take a string slice then. And then we store this on the screen. I'm going to put the kettle on. This is... You can add the width to the enum. Yeah, that might be what we do, right? I'm just going to make some tea. Yeah, no, byte will definitely be enough size for this. All right, just gonna listen for the kettle for a bit then. All right, that was quick. All right, I'm gonna have some cold pizza for lunch. Fantastic. That's still not gonna get me enough calories though. Well, we'll deal with that later. Now we have 2.5 minutes until the tea's ready. Okay, so we can't draw a string without converting into grapheme clusters. We can draw characters, but that's kind of meaningless then. So what would we do in, for instance, the border, right? Oh, man. That's going to be another headache, isn't it? I mean, let's have a look at that thing. We have all these border characters, which are fine to be characters. But what if you want to use grapheme clusters for your border? Other than being a heinous person, you shouldn't do it. It wouldn't work this way, would it? Because it's going to operate with characters, yeah? Somewhere here. Yeah. Oh, this is such rubbish. Yeah. No, this still means that we have to draw the glyphs and not the characters. All right, T. Yeah, so we have to draw a glyph, but we have to treat each one as a string. In this case, it's not too bad because we can just refer to each of them as a... we can just refer to each of them as a static string slice instead. So we can probably work around it. Oh, there's only 2 tiny slices left. Damn you, family. Who also wants to eat? Okay. So, we just have to make sure that place glyph actually takes a string slice instead. But do we then say that every glyph is, in fact... Actually, we could maybe... I'm not. I'm eating like really cold pizza, but I have some really hot tea to counteract that. But there was only 2 slices left. The rest of the family ate the other slices. Which is clearly uncool. Not even a little bit, Temporis. I'm so far behind in my intake. I'm probably about 2,000 calories behind. You're going again. All right, enjoy. Have fun. My liver's not a problem. I'm in I'm in a deficit. I don't have enough calories. I need more. I should eat about 4,000 today to make up for the lack from the other days. That's gonna mean a lot of supplements, and supplements aren't particularly nice to eat. They kind of suck. They should be called supplements. No, they shouldn't be called that. Chinese garlic is so good. It's the best thing to ever happen to garlic. Cheese, some kind of protein, pineapple. That's about it. All right then. All pizzas I eat are handmade. Can you live 24 hours without sunlight? Yeah, I think that's not a problem. But sunlight helps you a lot. So there's not really a reason to do so. What am I looking at here? Oh. Very cool, Macabu. Very cool. It took me a second. Very nice. Very nice. Well, we kind of need sunlight to be able to produce D vitamin, right? And without D vitamin, you can get a bit miserable. So there's that. Okay, let's see. So what do we do here then? This will be strings now. So we have to say that a glyph is either a character Or, it's going to make it awkward. It's going to make the API awkward if we need to include additional information. Like the glyph table. I don't think it's going to be too bad if we change this to just string slices, but I don't know. I don't know. We can move the overhead to anything that wants to use the glyphs, right? So if you pass in a character, you're gonna get a glyph. But if you don't want to pass in a character, then you'd have to do something like context dot glyph from some string slice. Then you have to do that, right? Yeah, let's try not to be gross. All right, where did we start? Should we, that was the gist. That was the lorem thing. Cross term, we looked at that. Playground. All right, let's see how the editor is panning out. So this is going to be the lines, right? Okay, so how do you calculate that? Let's look at the paint code. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so this is going to render all of the content, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, we've cursed ourselves enough with that. I'm going to keep that one around. We're done with that. We'll keep that. Why are we having this again, right? Why would we need Unicode normalization? I don't think we need this. I don't know what NFC does. What is NFC? Near field communication? Normalization form C and normalization form KC. Is that okay? So this is denormalizing it. I don't get this. Okay. Ah, why am I even looking at this thing? Get out of here. All right, I don't think we need Unicode normalization for now. We do need segmentation, though. Okay, we're gonna do some boring stuff. We're gonna do some more boring stuff. Ah, all this fucking work. I'm sorry. It's just we were almost there, right? Almost there. There's always something, right? Oh, it makes me so tired. I just want a fucking break, okay? I just want to work on something fun. Do you think this is fun? Then you're mistaken, okay? This is not fun. This is not fun at all. Okay. Anyway. So I'm wondering about the index map. Looks like much fun. Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna pull the index map in. I wonder if we can do something because this is such a big change, Dottie. We're going from strings to from cars to strings. From characters to strings, right? Need more tractoring. So the reason for this is if we're changing the backend, that might have a big-ish impact on the thing that I was actually going to work on today, which is multi-line editing, text editing. I wanted to make a component that supports multi-line text editing, okay? And that has to do with how we calculate the lines. So one of the things that I thought about how we do things with the strings, right? Yeah, but I also don't want to piss off anyone who's using this, right? If I release this to Crates.io and I'd be like, let's do a jam with this thing, and then we get more than 4 people to be in this jam, and they build things, and then like the week after, all your jam contributions are now broken, so you can't show it to anyone even, right? Yeah, but even if we do pre 1.0 and we don't stabilize the API kind of thing, right? There is still so much going on that are breaking changes. It's not about being true to Semver. It's being true to people who are using it and helping build it. That's more the issue. You created your own problem. Everything are our own self-created problems, more or less, right? Yeah, but right now, I don't even want to bother with the versioning, right? We're gonna release version 0.2 of this thing, which, by the way, means that everything in Anathema is gonna change to version 0.2. There was a... Can we do this? Yes. So everything is... Okay, not that. Supposed to be 0.2.1, I think. So if we go to Crates.io... This is 0.1, and there should be no 0.2 there. So this should be 0.2 as well. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, shouldn't this be in all of them? That's in state derive. Let's do this. Let's go to state derive 6. Okay, that one's doing that. And that one's doing that too. Are they all doing it? Yeah. Okay. For some reason I just missed it. Okay. Yeah, but that means that we're gonna have to start versioning things good and proper as well. If I did like a cargo publish, can we do a dry run? But we're saying that the version comes from the version comes from the backend. Sorry, from the I don't get this. Version is set to workspace, true. Okay. Cargo toml version workspace. Kind of, but I like to cover most things. So that before we do the jam, I want there to be at least a text input widget that people can use, because that's probably one of the most fundamental things in anything you're building, right? Oh god damn it! Why do these things exist? Why isn't Twitch just having banning rules, right? Alright, fine. You know what? I'm just being a crankosaurus here. Don't worry about it. When inside a subdirectory, cargo will automatically search the parent directory for a cargo toml file with a workspace definition. Workspace, use the package workspace. Okay, no, we're looking for version, right? Looking for the version. The package table, where you define keys that can be inherited by members of a workspace. These keys can be inherited by defining them in the member package with key.workspace equals true. So version is one of them. No, we shouldn't have to do that. But it's saying that the version doesn't exist, but we have version workspace for the backend, right? Under the package, we have version workspace equals true. Making sure there's no typo here now. It says that anathema backend does not specify a version. I don't get this. The workspace dependency table we define blah. Yeah, that's fine. Not relevant. Why? Does not specify a version, but it does. Okay, it really does. What am I doing wrong here? We have version and edition as part of there. License should also be in there. But I'm not going to update all of those. Oh, what? Workspace.package. Oh, hang on. Maybe I don't have that. I do. Is it because we have a version here? Package.publish must be set to true or a non-empty list in cargo toml to publish. Oh, so if we have the version here, that's causing the issue. That was not specified anywhere. Package publish must be set to true in the cargo toml. All right, is publish part of this? It is. So we'll do that then, right? Package.publish must be set to true or a non-empty list in cargo toml. All right, well, I guess we can just do publish be all the dependencies, right? That's going to be a lot. Or we can just grab the members. Like so. Package.publish must be set to true. Oh, here. Package version to be specified? Man, this was a lot easier in my day. Why would we need that? Can we set the publish to true instead there? Package publish requires package version to be specified. But if we specify package version, then it doesn't work. Then it doesn't work now. Why are you doing this to me, you ghoul? Okay. All right, but this is not a problem I want to solve now anyway. This is not the problem we're solving now anyway. We'll deal with that later. We're not going to publish this right this second anyway. No, I want to have an input field that actually works that you can use, and if we can make this a multi-line field from the start, that would be pretty good. All right. So it becomes a single line by default, but if you say multi-line true, then it's a multi-line editor, right? And that's it. Let's see what Macaboo did. Did we save their code somewhere? No. I was gonna see how they dealt with things, but yeah, no, I can't be bothered. Okay, so welcome back, Temporis. How was the shops? Can see the swole. There's no swole happening here. I've lost so much weight. You bought things. Anything good? Bits and bobs, man. Someone's splurging. I just got bits. Oh, man, this is too... Like, listen, I need to get out of this funk. How do we get out of this funk now? All right. Defunkification. Let's do it. Let's defunk. We could... I could just shut up and implement this thing and then just move on, right? We could do that. Oh, man. Whack it. Don't tap it, right? Last time I had a chocolate orange, we actually did whack it with a cricket bat and it exploded all over the office. Funk it up. I don't know. Good initiative, Cypher Enigma. But I do need more calories, but I want to eat calories that doesn't come directly from sugar and chocolate, so I don't know. Doddy, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doddy. That's super nice of you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. It's very kind of you. All right, now get on with it. 2 right. Let's do it. Let's just implement this thing and make it work. It shouldn't be that bad, right? So, Museum, I got a question for you. Before I implement some kind of arbitrary data structure, if you want to store something by key and then look it up by index, what would be your recommended data structure? Before I just wrap something in a hash map so I don't have to pull in another dependency. Because I would totes invent that again. We could probably get away by using... no, I want to fetch by index, but I want to deduplicate. So the reason for this, we could probably make do with something like the small map in most projects, but if you have a lot of multi-code point characters, it's going to be poor performance. I don't want to pull in a dependency if I don't have to. It's just a hash map and a vector put together. Why would I pull in a dependency for that, right? It's not something that needs it, right? What was it, like 10 lines of code to produce what we need? A get and insert, right? So no, I don't want to add a dependency for that. All right. Then in that case, let's just knock one out ourselves, shall we? Let's call it an index map, shall we? Do we have a map already? We have small map. Okay, let's just make a new source index map.rs. So our key and value, and there's no reason to use anything else for this thing, right? So maybe even a small map would make sense in here. No, it wouldn't. But a slab would. Is it just called a slab, maybe? Ah, no, this whole thing is broken. Fine. We're gonna have to do that part too. But we really just need the implementation here for index map, right? Well, we could do the sensible thing here. No, we don't do the sensible thing there. We do that on get. Now we have to decide on the index as well. Well, in my case, I just don't want to add a dependency for 10 lines of code, right? It's not going to change. And we already have this thing, which is the most important thing backing such a data type. So, dependencies are cringe. Yeah, okay, I wouldn't go that far, but you know, if you don't need to add a lot of dependencies, did you guys see the dependency list for Ratatouille? Okay, let me show you this. That's 300 dependencies almost for this, all right? What's the dependency for anathema? Well, all right, this isn't all the dependencies. These ones have their own dependencies, but since the project is currently broken, I can't show you. Actually, I do. I can show you. $70 dependencies. Actually, no, it's still 70. And most of those comes from cross-term, most likely. Right, so that's going to be our insert and then our get. Then really what we're going to have here is I. Obviously. Ow! Right? That's all we need here. We don't need anything else for this. So why would we pull in a dependency, right? We're never going to remove any grapheme clusters. We're not going to sort them. We're not going to iterate over them. Is it called set? No, it is called insert, but we have to add some trait bounds to I. Well, this isn't right. Because this would insert the same thing multiple times, right? That requires that this implements hash, I think. And equality. Okay, not I. What? Right. But this isn't great. We have to check if it exists in the map already. So we have to do key hash, right? And we can probably be clever about this. Should we use random state? Welcome, Raiders. How you doing and how was your stream? Happy Tuesday, Dad. Probably shouldn't refer to people by their partial Twitch names. Hello, Late Key. How late are you? Check you out with a golden face. Thank you. I hope you had a good one. Oh, I can't do that. All right, we can't do that either. Right, but we got to do this thing. We're going to make sure that it exists. You are very late. Well, I mean, whatever the meaning of that is, congratulations, I suppose, is in order. Can we just check the hash map for... we can check if it contains a key. Oh, rubbish. Okay, no, not rubbish. We can just do this. If self.map.contains... like that, right? And then here, well, that's going to be the issue, isn't it, right? All right, so if it's not, then we're going to do an insert. We need a closing bracket. There's what we need. And clean up the code. There we go, right? So that's more like it. All right. I made a mistake. Okay, there we go, right? So this is all we need to do. We need to make sure that the key doesn't already exist. To width, we could do self.map.get, or do we have to use the entry API for that? Yes. We can't do this directly on the hash map. No, we cannot. We have to use the entry API. Nah. All right. Fine, we'll do that. Entry, key, get, or insert. Get or insert with. No, not get. Just insert with. And we just need the value there, okay? So we can replace this with that, yeah. Yeah. Ta-da! Now, fiddlesticks. Ta-da! All right. 1 line. Good work, Monokuma. Okay, so what did we end up with? 30 lines. 30 lines of code. And if we do this, now it's just 1 line of code. Why would you need dependencies? Okay. Oops, deleted things. Right, then how you doing? How did you end up here? What you wearing? All right, we're not doing that. So now we need to put the glyph malarkey in there. So that means that our screen, as we know it, is going to have the grapheme index, which will be an index map we can use a U32. I was going to say we can use a U16, but that does not make any sense. Let's make a type here. Type A, that's for a grapheme index. That is an index map of U32. What's the key? What's the key? What's the frequency, Kenneth? A string and chic. That's a string, that's an index, that's the value. No, wait a second. This makes no sense. I have fouled up, haven't I? A string and a shit. We have an index and a key that should just point to that index. So what is the value that we insert then? So we don't actually have a value, do we? We're just going to insert the key. Oh, but then it's duplicates. No. Value is a unit. Not if we're going to get it out of the slab. Then the value is the key. So it's a key here and that key there. And that value is the index. So we don't actually have that value then. Does this make sense? I thought I saw Dave. Immediate panic mode entered. 0 Daves detected. All right. So we're writing. This would be the grapheme cluster. So we're writing the grapheme cluster as the key and otherwise, how are we going to get the grapheme cluster out? Otherwise, this is just a hash map. When in reality, we want to access things through index. We could use static strings here. No, who said that? We're not doing that. Never mind. We'll come back to it. It's fine. All right. We'll just clone this thing. So we pay the cost at insert, but it's cheap to do the lookup, right? That's what we're after. Then a small map is probably going to be fine. No, because of the large... Damn it! Damn you languages! Why? Why do you have so many? So then this is a reference to a key. And that's a mutable reference to a key. We don't even need the get mute part, do we? We can get rid of that one. Then K has to implement clone. I would like to clone your phone. No, I don't. I don't want anything to do with your phone. You probably use it on toilets. Okay, so insert is now going to be the key. And get is just getting it out of there, right? So this thing is really just keeping track of things. Yes. So this actually, yeah, this thing could be a unit in that case. Then we don't need the index because we're never going to use the index from the hash map. The hash map can then become a hash set. Set that up. Then we have no entry for the hash set. We can probably do like a get or insert here, right? Key. Unstable library feature. Hash set. That's what you get when you set fire to a hash set. Get or insert. Okay, get or insert. So all of this is out of... we can't use it. Do we have to do a get? And if it's none, then we do an insert? No, but then how are we going to get that out? That doesn't make any sense. Does not compute. Because we have to get the key out. We have to get the index out of there, right? If it exists when we do an insert. Because we're supposed to return that, right? Okay, we'll just leave it like this for now. Let's figure this out. Let's go to the back end. And let's start implementing this stuff now. Screen. Wait, aren't you supposed to have something in there? Yeah, I was in the midst of typing this out. Okay, let's do this then. Right, so we're going to have a grapheme index, which is a string, and a number. Okay. Draw glyph. So here we have to make a choice. What are we doing with this thing? So should this thing just be a string slice then? If it's a string slice, then it must have already been through the grapheme thing. So maybe instead we have a function for producing a glyph from either a character, which really we should never use then. We should never use straight up characters, even if it makes sense. So we should always use glyphs. Then we have more back-end specific stuff. No one wants that. Specifically not me. You ghoul. You horrible ghoul. I need some kind of thing. I can't find it, so whatever. Drawing a glyph. Is that gonna be it then? But what if we wanna... No, we have to make a glyph, right? We have to make a glyph out of something. Wait, what? Why can't you know about the glyph? You can only know about the string slice. Well, that's a problem though, isn't it? Okay, if we pretend that problem doesn't exist, then we go to the next one. No more items. Is that it? Is that the only problem we'd have? I don't know then. And guess what we can't do? We can't attach a glyph whatever there because of the way this is used, right? We can't even do the extras now. Paint. Paint context. Has. Ta-da! Trait objects! Yay! Come on. All right. Rename this as it contains both size and position. What is this even used for? Okay, a lot. Never mind that. We'll come back to that later. So, do we have to move the glyph into the actual widget library then? Could we attach that to the runtime somehow? It sounds a bit crazy, but maybe we could. So we say the widget renderer has a type that is the glyph. All right, we are gonna go a little bit nanas here, okay? Just bear with me. Comma, my only weakness. Okay. No, we can't do that, you hideous creature. Ah, no. I would love a generic drawing unit. It's a mystery square on my desk. Okay, a generic drawing unit would have been beautiful. Why? No one asked. Because we could make this work in environments without colors. We could extend the glyph for other widgets. So the widgets, but the widget should be... Actually, no, that makes no sense. What a completely nonsensical thing to do. That wouldn't make any sense whatsoever. I didn't think this through at all. A horrible idea. Horrible take. Okay. Having these drawing units is really... It would be nice if we could say that the border has a different drawing unit than the text, for instance. Why? because then we could do certain optimizations. We could do various interesting things. No, that's a really dumb idea. Who came up with this? What a dumb idea. You're fired. We can do better than this. Okay. Wait, like the other day I felt like I was doing something smart for once. And I had a wonderful day. And then after that, I can never have a good day again. Clearly how the universe works. No, it's not really how it works. I'm just frustrated because I'm trying to juggle many things at the same time. The glyph thing, certainly, it's having just a character was kind of easy because we could have used the character as a key for other things, right? But once we introduce the notion of a glyph, it kind of becomes a little bit gross now. It becomes a little bit different how things are done. So the glyph is sort of like an index as far as we're concerned. How nice would it be if we could just use numbers so we didn't have to do anything else? So we don't have to do some kind of idiotic map. No, that's not going to work. Okay. New plan. I want to keep this backend agnostic, right? So we have this test backend that I would like to use. I want to be able to do things like backend agnostic, runtime agnostic, so we can build applications that they just run once, right? So if you want to write some code to just draw in the terminal window like LS does, if you want to write your own implementation of LS, then you don't want to start up a heavy runtime. You don't want anything other than a basic one-pass render, and that's it, right? So to do that, we should have like a run once runtime, or a no runtime rather, just a renderer. And for the testing code, we want to draw into a vector instead of a surface, and we want to skip all the color codes because that's just nonsense. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I want to do with this, and I need this to function around that. So the text widget is so simple because we're just talking about characters, but then you have things like the border widgets, right? That needs to draw something else. It's almost like no, it's almost nothing like whatever I was just about to say. I'm gonna bring the kettle down here soon. Now, I need a fridge for the milk. I'm thinking about tea again. Tea solves a lot of these problems. I still have to go upstairs, Enigma, to get the milk, right? And that's the problem. I could, like, everything but the milk would be fine, but I need a fridge for the milk. Drone, I love it. Cow, yes. But then that would cause its own problem, though. I don't like tea without milk, so that's not really an option. Dried milk could maybe work. Maybe like an almond milk or something that doesn't spoil as quickly as milk. Or like those really gross coffee creamer that will outlive us all. Milk powder is quite explosive. A thermos of milk? Yeah, that could actually work. I've done that in the past, haven't I? Why don't I do that again? Creamer Rex? I don't know what that means, Cypher Enigma. Could you elaborate on that? I'm too posh to know what that is, RJ. Do you think I stay at Premier Inn? It's Hotel Ibis or nothing, okay? I have standards. Could get a mini fridge, yeah. How do you properly clean it afterwards? What, a fridge? Travel lodges. But a cow produces its own side effects that we don't want. Now I want to see what Trash Puppy is doing. I could, Mr. Woody. A tiny fridge would solve a lot of problems. Cheap, clean, and comfy. I'm not going to live in a tiny fridge. Talking of fridge, I just remember this Heineken commercial. He dead, the guy behind Heineken, isn't he? He died. Not recently. I used to drink a lot of Heineken when I was younger, and the girlfriend I had at the time, she's like, "Oh, the guy, he's dead," as if was like emotionally invested in the brand. You need a walking fridge or a walk-in fridge. Yeah, I can't see that going anywhere. Good, Revel. And I don't want any more babies. Okay, well, that was a nice distraction until one of you had to take it too far. But anyway. I'm still waiting for that clip, though, from Cypher Enigma. Take your time, though. I'm not going anywhere. Okay, if we could make the glyph part of the renderer, that would be pretty good. But we still need a translation layer, so maybe not. All right, let's have a look. Boost your hacking skills today. All right, why don't we just not have the volume? Who wants to watch clips with volume? Twitch, you nerd. What? 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 All right. Hang on, hang on. Just tried to watch this again. Oh my god. This person is a genius, okay? Oh my god, that is hilarious. That is so good. That's fantastic. I love the dog here. It's got the what is it called? You know, the chroma thing. Chroma, whatever it's got, right? Look at the kitty. That's some good AI art right there. It definitely does not look very sus. That's funny. She's really funny, right? Heterochromia, is that what it's called, right? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, she's pretty good, man. She's pretty good. That was hilarious. Oh my god, that was funny. She reminds me a bit of that girl in Lasso, right? But then again, I'm really bad with faces, so you know. Okay, that was fun. All right, hello, Andreas. How you doing? How's the stream? I thought, Seven Enigma, you were gonna talk about actual creamer, right? So let me show you something that you should not do. Okay, this is very much things you should not do. Okay, using creamer for fireball effect. All right, maybe some of you are interested in photography and you know about this, but you can do this, and you shouldn't do this. There's no way this is smart to do. The creamer is, you know. I was good, happy to hear it. What did you guys do? Wait, the only thing that's happening here is nonsense, all right? Get some blood in my blood system. Yeah. I mean, look, it's hard when you're a streamer to constantly talk and try to make sense and do some other things at the same time, right? I totally understand that someone would say that. I've said plenty of things in the past. Highly flammable, right? Absolutely. And so creamer is quite commonly used in photography, right? So if we were to look at something like photography, coffee creamer, we might actually see some interesting fire effects. Apparently not. Apparently we don't do that. Maybe this is one of those things that people hopefully don't do anymore. So coffee creamer fireball, right? So it's not entirely uncommon to use coffee creamer through a pipe to create this like fire effect behind models. But there's a lot of people who have accidentally hurt models by not being good with these things, right? So that's something called fireball, right? We're not getting a lot of I don't dare to put the word model in there because that's going to change the stream to some kind of R-rated thing. But yeah. How would you know how hard it is to make sense? You don't even try, do you? Not even a little bit. We're going to pin that now for the rest of the stream. Isn't that true for any finely ground powder like flour? No, I don't think you're going to set fire to flour anytime soon. Sold a lot of bugs. Good work. Found new ones. And so I'm finding new ones, but I'm not solving them. I showed how to deploy a load balance application on server. Nice. Work with Elixir and Phoenix. Yeah, I'm a little bit interested in this. Draft version of new JavaScript framework called the JS framework. I want to see where that's going. Decided to make Framework Friday, where chat can decide what language framework should I try and build. I thought that my chat would be interested because people are very. This might come as a surprise to you, Andreas. Sorry, Andres. Right. This might come as a surprise to you. It doesn't. But people on the internet, especially in the chat, are very opinionated, okay? I don't know if you noticed this, but they can be very opinionated, okay? So I said, why don't you guys design the syntax? So we build a programming language and you chat get to decide the syntax because people always have opinions about syntax, right? But apparently not when you let them choose, then it's not that interesting anymore. That's why I had like 2 viewers on that stream afterwards, right? There are flower explosions though? No, Excel, this didn't happen. You just made that up. I don't believe you. Any evidence you show about this is just complete make-believe. Build with CSS. Yeah. So yeah, okay, that's cool. I'm sitting here a bit ambivalent as to what I'm gonna do with my renderer here. And I'm a little bit stuck. And yeah. You only been streaming for a month? Oh shit, man, hang on. You got 34 viewers after streaming for a month? You must be doing something right. You guys want to see the travesty that is my Twitch career? You want to see this? Right, it's required that you can spell. Well, let's get to like all time. Let's look at my stream in 2020, right? So we start here with 1 average viewer in May, and then 1 month later, 9 average viewers, okay? Don't worry about it. We got up to 13 one day. That was a good day. This is an outlier. That's an outlier, obviously. Sure, you can link away. Doing a popular thing. I thought you said you were making a JavaScript framework, right? That's a common thing. Okay. I'm being a dick, so. Coolify. Let's have a look. All right, there's a lot going on here. Oh, really? That's cool. Although I thought you'd use Heroku or Netlify or Versa because you didn't want to self-host. Still, this is cool. Nice. Are you using something like a Zen cluster or whatever under the hood for this thing? Coolify.io. You know what? We're going to pop this open. And I bet it wants a bit of the JavaScript. So we're going to do that. Self-hosting with superpowers. Wow. You got some pretty good sponsors in there as well. Actually, I only know this one, but still. Very cool. This is really good. This is really good. So I have a friend. So I'm not into the world of web dev and the whole hosting service, managing service anymore. I used to work with this stuff, and I got a little bit burned out by it, right? But I still have friends who are really into this stuff, right? And I have one friend who is working on things not similar to this, but a lot of stuff around Docker and what have you, right? So what kind of got you into this, right? Doing it for 4+ years as a side project? Nice, nice. Wow, almost 70,000 self-hosted instances. That's really cool. That's really cool. Why you should host yourself? You will be cool. Very good. That's good. So what got you started? I don't know. Do you have to go? I want to ask you questions about this. Like, how did you get started with this thing? Right? Just because I want to help my friend and anything that you can share about your journey that I can share with him would probably be quite nice. A self-host, by the way. Yeah, that would be a thing, wouldn't it? So what's the technology behind this thing, right? So I see a lot of PHP. I don't know what Blade is. Look in scripts, shall we? Nice. All right, so it's using Docker Compose under the hood, right? Bunnies! Happy days. Laravel and PHP. So, but this is sort of about hosting your own service. This is about managing your own self-hosted service, right? So you deploy whatever you want to the service that you're hosting, right? Yeah, Laravel isn't new. Laravel has been around since what, early 2000? You gotta remember, this bubble is very small though, right? Content creators do not make up the majority of programmers. You can deploy anything. Yeah. I'm gonna link this to my mate and said that so this is like your own side project. I'm gonna link this. Where is he? There we go. Is your full-time projects now. That's very cool. Yeah, I linked it to my friend. Yeah. That's cool. Very cool. So yeah, 1 month, man. After about 2 months, I still average like 9 viewers, right? I got a little bit more here, and then this was an outlier. This was an outlier. This was Michael Reeves, a famous YouTuber. Oh man, it's not looking too good, is it? It's kind of tapering off. I am losing viewers now, right? I'm losing viewers now as we get closer. So actually, I'm doing worse now than I was before. Nope, oops, sorry. Now, I want to see that. There you go, right? So I was doing better here than here. And I think this is roughly when I started Anathema. So since I started doing that and less game devy stuff, my viewership's going down. True that, Doddy. Yeah. Well, I'm not like miserable about it, right? I think once Anathema is out, we can do a lot of other developer-centric stuff, right? But hot damn. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it doesn't bother me that much, right? It doesn't bother me that much. Yeah, and YouTube is terrible for any discovery, right? I have like, if we look at I have 1 viewer on hello viewer on YouTube, you're wonderful, you know that, right? And 1 viewer on YouTube right now, and there might be someone who accidentally clicked the link somewhere. But once I finish this thing, I'm gonna make some videos around this and get into the details of this thing. And I think that we're gonna do streams where we help people build with this instead of being just me banging my head against the wall, because that's not interesting, and that's fine. It just has to be done, right? So I'm not bothered by it. I'm not bothered by it. I was bothered by it in the past, but not so much anymore, right? Yeah, YouTube seems to have a really high latency. That's true. So chatting, like whenever I stream, some nights I just stream on YouTube, and that's when I make like an hour and a half long stream, and it's just me sitting in the dark talking to myself because it helps my brain. It has been occasions where 1 or 2 people have turned up and had a bit of a chat, but yeah, it's definitely not as responsive as Twitch, though, right? Yeah, see, that's what I intend to do. Not necessarily Q&A, but rather if people are interested in building with these things, I'm going to invite the general Rust community to come and hang out and answer questions about getting started with Rust and getting started with anathema kind of thing, right? Because I think that there's a lot of things we can do here. But before I can do any of that, I obviously gotta finish this thing. And now, because it was pointed out to me that characters in Rust are actually code points and not freaking graphemes, right? So, all right. You're posting on Bluebird as well. I don't know what I would post on Bluebird. I have nothing to say. Some hot political takes. Left-handed people are servants of Satan, right? That's a hot take. I'm gonna post that on X. All right. Some feedback as a YouTube viewer. This discoverability is kind of bad for you. I don't find you on the togglebit, and Rust is filled with the game, so always have to click on Discord. Really? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know how to fix that in Akai. Thanks for letting me know. Drama. Oh man, I'm so sick of the drama stuff on the internet. It's so much like, and just because one person happened to be the world's biggest freaking YouTuber, we don't need to see videos around that person, how what they're doing is a scam or whatever. I don't care, right? I honestly don't care if what they're doing is a scam or not. It has nothing to, there's like zero overlap with my world, right? No drama needed for me. I just try to watch funny things that makes me slightly brain dead. Okay, so it looks like we have to move the glyph into here, which is super sad. It feels kind of rubbishy to do that. Where did I put the glyph now? It's in the buffer. It certainly can't be in the buffer. We're gonna move this to somewhere else then. Oh, this is gonna suck. Wait, did I just delete all the code in here? No, I did not. No, I didn't. Yeah. Oh, I deleted that one. Okay, there we go. Okay. I think one reason might be that there is no way to do SEO for your channel. You got almost no description or about page. So YouTube. No, you're not wrong, Inakai. I am doing a really shit job as a YouTuber. All right. I haven't done any of the legwork. I haven't promoted my channel. I haven't put any keywords in there. I haven't done anything, and that's really bad. And the problem is, when I set this up, and it's mostly for the VODs, and I keep procrastinating on everything with work that a normal person would procrastinate with, right? of, for, on, whatever, right? So good, Andreas. Sorry, Andres. I know a guy named Andreas. I'm sorry. It's just my brain just does things. This is that. So it's non-existent on my computer because it doesn't work. But hang on, I have a browser that tolerates X over here. Twitter, X, Twitch, YouTube, Algora. Wait, what? I'm sorry, I don't get it. I'm pretty sure the only people who do all that are unsuccessful streamers. Wait, what? Sorry, I'm missing context again. No, I not really. So I don't really do anything. Full stop. I am a blob in space. No, I look for things when I need them. I don't pay attention to new and shiny things because they tend to just I don't know. I just lost interest in following a lot of the tech world stuff because it's so nonsensical, right? I go look for it when I need it. I haven't thought about that. Sometimes, maybe once a week, I'll pop open the Rust subreddit. But that's it. I look through a couple of subreddits for research for my next video. But other than that, nothing. Did I open the right tweet? The one says my portfolio site, guess the tech stack. Oh, you know what? You know what, Anders? I'm a little bit thick right now. I thought you meant that your portfolio was Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Agora, that these were your clients? Now I get it. Oh, the successful streamers don't need to do all that because they're already successful. I don't know if that works though these days. Let's see if this thing works. Hey, it works without JavaScript. The JavaScript didn't add anything to it. No, you don't have Dark Reader. Don't do that, Dennis. No, don't do that. Okay. All right. Serious talk. Serious talking time. Time for serious talk is now. All right. Dennis, what do you want to achieve? Okay. Oh, yeah. Look at the source. Sorry. Very good. You got open graph tags in there, though. There's more open graph than anything in here. Wait, where's the rest of the source, right? Very good. I want a job. Okay. It's hard when you're a student with no working experience. Yes, of course it is, Dennis. All right. Do you have the space in your life to have a job, right? It's very important. Very demure, all right? So, how long ago, Dennis, did you decide that you want a job? Is Center unsupported? Yeah, so Let's talk, Dennis. Come on. How long have you been? How long ago did you decide that you wanted a job? Right. 6 months ago. Okay, Dennis. How many jobs have you applied for in the last 6 months? Okay. How many jobs have you applied to? We're going somewhere with this now. You do like a Twitch poll. How many jobs did Dennis apply for in the last 6 months, right? Maybe 100. Okay. What's the feedback from these 100 jobs, right? If you've applied for 100 jobs, right? 100 jobs over the course of, let's say, 6. That's 6 is there, right? So you've applied to almost 2 jobs every day, right? And what has been the general feedback from these hundreds of jobs that you've applied to, right? And what kind of jobs are you applying to? Cannot find value glyph in here. No, we're gonna have to make a glyph here as well. Place glyph has to take a glyph. Man, I really need to grab a drink. The problem is that I typically don't even get an interview. I get a mail saying that they will move forward with another candidate. Okay, so every time you've gotten maybe 3 or 4 of these emails, these replies, what changes have you done to your CV and cover letter when you get these replies? All right, I'm just gonna grab a drink. All right, the job market isn't the problem. Don't worry about that. All right, do you want to share your CV with me, Dennis? I don't have to share it with the rest of the stream. Just, you can share it with me and I can have a look at it. All right. Okay. Now, you need to constantly be updating your CV. If you're getting no response, yeah, you can send it to me in a PM. You can join the Discord and send it there if you want to. We're gonna have a look. And also, could you let me know what kind of jobs you're applying for, right? If you're a student and you're applying for senior software engineer or CTO at Microsoft, then you're not going to get anything out of that, right? It's just how it is. Welcome to Discord. I'm not going to show your CV on stream. Don't worry about that. Okay. In the meantime, I'll eat some of my hair by accident. So we're going to get a glyph that we're going to place. We just have to go with it. All right. And now the glyph has to have a width function. But we could ask the glyph for a width only if we have access to the underlying table. This depends a lot on what country you're applying to. So, for instance, in the UK, you would not put your picture on your CV. In Germany, you should, right? This depends a lot on which country you're applying for jobs in as well, right? On how and what you do with your CV. Talking tractors is how you get on with things, Crispy. That's the way. The way to success is through a field using a tractor, right? How about a progress bar? Yes. All right, Dennis. Welcome to Discord. This is spam in LinkedIn, so HR approaches you. No idea. All right, hang on. I have to accept DMs. All right. Okay. Having a look now. All right. So, like I said, if you, first of all, Dennis, there's an immediate thing that sticks out on your profile picture that I would remove for the sake of the profile picture. I've been young and I have had a lot of that myself, but I would take that out for the profile picture. Actually, that's a bit so-so if you care about it or not, right? All right, let's have a look. Okay, I don't know if in where you are, if they want you to put a picture on your CV or not, right? So that's worth knowing. That's worth looking that up, okay? So let's have a look at your experience, right? Algorithms and data structures. This is not bad, actually. Yeah. Okay, so you have a job experience on your CV that shouldn't be there. It's April 2015 to 2018. It's irrelevant to the jobs you're looking for, so you should not have that. Okay. This isn't bad. No, I'm never gonna show this. This CV contains someone's address and name. I am never gonna show this on stream, okay? No, it's just not in me to do it. Dennis, there's a lot of freaking weird people out there. I'm not gonna show you CV on stream, okay? So you have your experience, right? I feel like this thing needs to be broken into a bit more, okay? So let's see, what should we do with this thing, right? There's no skill list, really, but there's a competence list, which is like your skill list. Which is okay. I would group things differently as well, right? So this is important, right? When you have a CV, Dennis, and you apply for a job, I would imagine, from what I'm looking at here, that you want to work as a .NET developer within the web space, right? Hello, The Wrapped. How you doing? So, if you want to work as a yes, so I can see that from your CV, but you can move a few things around to put emphasis on this, right? So, for instance, you have Python before SQL and JavaScript, right? You have CI/CD at the bottom of the list as well. So group them into languages and what would we say? Technologies. Let's say languages and technologies. So you can list the languages that you have skill in, right? Which is 3 or 4 depending on how we read SQL, right? Technically the L is language, right? But when people write SQL, they generally think that people know how to manage MySQLs, Postgres, MS SQL, or God forbid, Oracle's nonsense, right? So organize this a little bit more, right? It's good that you have the language you want to work with at the top, right? So that's good. Let's see. So the CV actually looks pretty good, right? I'm surprised that you've had so many applications and never really got anything useful from that, right? Okay, let's have a look at your experience though, right? I think from your experience as well, it's really hard to to relate this experience to relevancy, right? Maybe the last one you have is most important. So I would put emphasis on getting people I would look at draw emphasis to what you have done that is relevant to what you're applying for, right? No, that's hard. The difficult part is getting a foot in the door, right? Do you have any friends or relatives that can get you a quick internship for like 3 months or whatever to just add something to it? Very little, right? The portfolio websites have very little meaning, right? Portfolio websites are practically meaningless for what you're looking for, right? Not only because what you're actually looking for is going to be predominantly existing in the enterprise world, which doesn't really work well with that, right? Are you looking for jobs outside of where you live as well? Automation for turbines? That's fair enough, but that sounds pretty impressive, right? If you actually do some programming there. One thing here that I struggle with a little bit is that your experience does not match your working experience, and that might raise a few eyebrows, right? Looking at your experience, it looks really good, but then when you get to work experience, there is no overlap. Let me read through this again. Yeah, your experience list looks really good, but it doesn't match your work experience. So, as someone who does job interviews or did job interviews a lot for people, this would be a red flag for me. I would look at this and go, but hang on, this doesn't match up, right? I think what I would like to see done is I would like to see links to these projects and a slight change in the wording to emphasize that this is not work experience, right? I would call this something like past projects or something like that, right? You already have projects there, but you don't link to anything. I feel like a GitHub link wouldn't hurt here, right? I don't know how prominent or how relevant LinkedIn is where you live as well, right? Where I live, I don't know if anyone uses LinkedIn anymore. So they do in America, all right. Here, LinkedIn is awful. Yeah. Do you have so that's at the top, Dennis, right? So the things that you have at the top are things that I can't verify and I can't qualify these things, right? There's no links to anything and it doesn't match the work experience either. So that makes it a little bit difficult. But it is more important to get a foot in the door than it is to spend a year working on side projects to have something to show. I don't know anyone who uses LinkedIn in the UK anymore. So what kind of jobs have you applied for, Danes? Assuming that you have the English job titles for these things. There is a blurb, there is an about me blurb, which definitely needs a different line height. I'm just saying. It needs a little bit of a different line height, but see, that's another thing, right? If the about me section is true, there should be a bunch of links to projects to showcase this, right? I'm not saying you're making it up. I'm saying that we need to back this information up with something, right? The pub, right? That's what I find all my clients. Hey, you're drunk, yeah? Do you need some work? I don't know. Okay, but what about the actual jobs that you've looked for, right? What's like the actual jobs you have applied for? What are the job titles, right? What are the okay, let's just, so you mentioned you were in Denmark, so we can say that that's fine, right? Let's do web dev jobs Denmark, right? Let's have a look at what we have here, right? It's a lot of jobs. Glassdoor, okay. Get out of here. Senior, full stack, business intelligence there. We're going to skip all this. Man, Denmark pays well. What's Jigsaw? Isn't that from expert? Yeah. All right. You don't have PHP on there. Okay. Let's do Denmark, right? How was my pronunciation there, right? Okay, so let's go with .NET developer. Let's try this. Yes, the Saw movie. Wait, full stack ended 2-hour learning. Like, wait, what? What? You get 2 hours to figure out what the job is, and if you don't, it's gonna be a Squid Game thing coming out, right? Oh, damn it! I don't want this. Do that. Come on, man. Oh, everything's in German. Which is perfectly fine. Now, do this. It's my browser. All right. Do this, Dennis. Spend a little bit of time updating the like. Do you have a GitHub? You don't have to share it with us, but do you have a GitHub account with a little bit on it? With something to back this stuff up with? Yeah, they ask you to solve a problem as a test, right? All right. We're gonna hop back. But I don't push off into my GitHub. Okay, but do that, right? Get some links to projects that you worked on, right? If I'm looking at your CV before I even decide to take you in for an interview, right? Remember that hang on. The more junior a role is, the more candidates you have, the harder you have to filter the CVs, right? So you need to have something on there that is quick to verify. In my world, if I'm looking at it, if I never talk to you, right? If I'm looking at this thing, I'm gonna go like, wow, this guy has a lot of impressive experience. And then I get to your work experience and go, this guy has no experience. What is the top experience, right? You have it, maybe, but it's not backed up by your work experience, right? So there has to be somewhere where I can go and verify this. I have to go and look at some code you've written and be, okay, is this a guy that we should bother talking to or not, right? Right? Because you're competing with probably 100 other candidates for a junior role, right? Just publish them, right? If your project is lacking things that you know they're lacking, just highlight that in a README or something, right? You 100% have to showcase your skills, right? If I would have gotten your CV and not talked to you, I would have just assumed that you were talking nonsense because your experience does not match your experience, right? I'd be like, this guy is... what? You still at school and you have all this experience. So to put a little bit of emphasis on this thing, right? I saw a CV by someone who was still in school and listed a bunch of... they were expert in a bunch of fields, right? They had a lot of experience in a bunch of fields. You don't have a lot of experience if you're still in school, right? Unless you went back to school at the age of 60, right? So I'm not talking about you specifically now, right? So when someone who's like 17, 18 years old say that they have a lot of experience, there is no one who's old enough to hire them that's gonna believe that, right? They're just gonna assume that they're making things up, right? And I don't think you're making things up. I think you've done a pretty good job with the wording. And the only thing that I find is a bit skewed is the title experience, right? Exactly, right? So, and I've seen this. I've seen people who are very young and list themselves as senior this and senior that and expert in this and expert in that. But you're not, right? You're not an expert, or rather experienced, because you haven't lived long enough to get that experience, unless you started working when you were 10, okay? And hopefully that's not the case, right? No, you're missing the point. Not you, sorry, someone else. All right. Well, that's the thing. I was younger than that when I started programming. And you know what? My code is still terrible, okay? But that is not experience, okay? No grown-up is going to look at someone who's 17 who claims they have 7 years experience and be like, yes, you have 7 years experience, right? I can put you in a team with other experienced programmers and say, here's our new candidate. This is Kevin. He's 17 years old, but he has 7 years of commercial experience because of some really weird loopholes in work, in like the laws in the country, right? No, and so that's the thing. You can be young. And you can have a programming experience and exploration from a young age. I do. I started programming BASIC before half of you were even conceived, right? I was programming BASIC on a monochrome screen, right? as a child, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. But that's not experience. That's kind of like flapping around the kiddie pool, right? Now, I don't mean to diminish your experience. If you're a young person and you've been programming, if you're 17, you've been programming since you were 10, then yes, you've been programming since you were 10. But there is no one out there who is in an official role of hiring you that's going to look at that and go, yes, you have 7 years of experience. You don't. You have no experience working in a team with other people, right? You probably have no experience reading and consuming specifications or anything like that, right? And that's fine. That's okay. This is important. I program a bot of Basic on Amstrad. Nice. You probably haven't even read Lord of the Rings if you've been programming so much, and that's sad. That's correct. I started reading Lord of the Rings, and I'm sorry for this hot take, but I thought it was super boring. All right. I think I managed to get about 100 pages in, and I was like, wow, this book is just boring. I'm sorry. Sorry if you guys feel that offends you. Not really, Dennis, right? So, okay. I'm going to talk about why this is a problem, Dennis, right? The problem with these kind of showcase projects is that either they are large, convoluted, and not relevant to people who are hiring you, right? Other than showing off that you know how to program, or they're very small. And I'd say smaller projects are better, right? Where should we put this, right? So it's a common problem that people spend a lot of time. Now, you said that you've applied to about 100 jobs, okay? I don't really believe you applied to 100 jobs, right? That. How did you have time to go to school with all this? Anyway, it doesn't matter, right? If like a lot of people who don't have their entry point into the world of programming, commercial programming yet, they tend to spend a lot of time building portfolio websites or working on side projects to have something to showcase. But people who are doing the interviews are mostly interested in your academic achievements, and before that, your commercial experience. So it goes commercial experience, academic achievements, and side projects, right? So if you have a degree in computer science, that's more relevant than your implementation of FizzBuzz, right? The first part of applying for jobs these days is getting past the first AI screening with keywords. Well, I don't think everyone uses that, but it is becoming a problem if AI is applied in the filtering process, though. FizzBuzz, indeed. Really, Dennis, upload your existing projects to GitHub. Just show that you have code that people can look at, right? And if the code is full of bugs, lack test, lack documentation, just highlight this in the README, right? That would not be, that would not even be remotely okay, I think. I don't think you can use AI for junior web roles anyway, because there is no way anyone's going to get past that process, right? And yes, so this is another thing I would say, Dennis. Make sure when you get rejected that you ask why, okay? Some people won't reply to you. Some people will reply to you. They think they will spare your feelings and say something polite. But you can ignore that too. And a handful of people will tell you things like, you're not experienced enough. You lack this thing, right? It will basically be the thing that shapes your focus path on how to build up, where you need to skill up, right? But it is hard. All right. Let's hop back into it. Okay, so we can just ask the glyph if it's a new line character. If you can't tackle Unicode with ease, no one can tackle Unicode with ease. Okay, people who say they can, they're just fibbing, right? So we can put this on the glyph itself. No, where's that now? There you go. So good, Dennis. So good. Yeah, remember that there's like different culture have different guidelines, right? So whether you should have a picture in your CV, whether you should say this, that, and the other. In some countries, education is more important than not, and so on and so forth. So that's going to be specific to where you live, right? I have no idea what it's like where you live. It's a cool country. I was there last year, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I even said to the wife I would consider living there. Okay, so this thing we can't do just yet. So we're just gonna throw a panic in there. With some semicolons attached to it. So asking for the width has to be done on the paint context. Denmark. We're talking about Denmark, where they have the best sweets in the world, right? Yeah, it's cool. I am just getting worse and worse at typing here. Oh, I don't care about the cookies, man. I care about the Bulov, man. Although they didn't reply to me, so I'm gonna stop telling people how good they are, right? Bulov, you had your chance. Imagine if we could have gotten Bulov to sponsor the Anathema Jam. How cool would that be? Should we try to get a sponsor for the jam? We sort of make it like a screen sponsor thing. Now, I'd imagine that there isn't on account of things like pretty high tax, pretty high taxes. Denmark is probably one of those countries where if you make a lot of money, you pay a lot of money, right? Get someone who makes jam to sponsor. Who should we get? Who should we ask if they can sponsor the jam, right? Do you guys have any suggestions? Nutella? We're gonna do a jam, right? A jam, for those of you who don't know what a jam is, it's when you have some theme and some parameters and a very limited amount of time, and you're supposed to program something relevant to the theme within the allotted time. We're not gonna ask Prime to sponsor the stream, but I did say hi to him yesterday again, and he's too good to talk to me now. Okay, ever since he became successful, he's too good to talk to me. Okay. Glass door. No, can we get some useful stuff, right? I would ask the Digma people, but they've already sponsored the stream, so I don't think they want to. The SIG Foundation. I don't think they want to sponsor a Rust event. All right, let's get this in there. What's Codecrafter? I know Brooke is doing things with Codecrafters. What's Codecrafters, Doddy? I mean, why don't I just look it up instead of asking? Are you guys interested in this thing, right? All right, JavaScript. These guys ruined my weekend. Who said build re? Oh, right. So things like build X from scratch, right? So you learn how to build things from scratch. Yeah, I think you're taking this a little bit too literal, Paracera, okay? It's a little bit like saying, let's build our own database and then we just store and serialize a hash map, okay? I think you're taking it a bit too literal here. I'm poor and this price are too high for me, right? Okay, but you, all right, so are you guys interested in this thing? Should we look at build your own Redis in Rust? Start building. Okay, and then there's nothing here. Is this gonna take me to sign in? Are you gonna take me to sign in? You. Okay, bye. How do you exist on the interweb, Paracera? The thing is, I actually share your sentiment, right? I'm going crazy over YouTube video titles. They drive me insane. But how do you cope then, right? Because I don't. Okay, we're gonna look at Codecrafters, Redis, right? Let's look at this in Rust. Codecrafters Redis in Rust. All right, we're just gonna have a look at what this thing is. And we're gonna see Tokyo. Yes, what a surprise. Did you guys know that if this is the same as this, if this is the same as this, then where is it, right? Tokyo Mini Redis, okay? There you go. This is a project that you can do to learn Tokyo RS, right? It's this cool thing called mini Redis. So I wonder if what we're gonna look at here is this. This is mini Redis then. Wait, what did that say? Don't edit this. Oh, right. Okay, so they had like a test run thing. Oh, really? Oh, really? Well, let's just pop open main. I feel like this is a bit incomplete. Okay. But they do not make use of async stuff here. Ah. Okay. Okay. I kind of would have liked to see a little bit more of this thing, right? But they won't let us see this until we sign up, and I don't want to sign up. All right, look at this. This one's got a lot of stuff going on. This might not be bad. All right, have a good sleep, D3. Thanks for saying hi. I mean, this is doing everything without... I think this is doing everything from scratch, right? So the TOML file, even though we have all this is not really... Okay, this is starting project for a solution for the video on Redis challenge. In this challenge, you'll build a toy Redis clone that's capable of handling basic commands like blah, blah, blah. Along the way, you'll learn about event loops and Redis protocol and more. If you're viewing this repo on GitHub, head over to Codecrafters, try the challenge. Well, we're not going to because they want me to sign up, right? Pass the first stage. I've seen that, Samsung. I looked at it when we talked about press parsing. This is kind of cool though, right? I don't know, Crispy. I don't want to sign up with my GitHub account because I find it a little bit sketchy. But still a bit interesting. But remember when I called the database just a hash map, right? But whatever, right? This is fine. They have async functions here, but they use Tokyo there. Okay, interesting. Because the main file had no async code. It does. Oh, I was looking at something else. All right, never mind then. Okay, but would you guys be interested if I asked Codecrafters, or do you guys want something else, right? Like, we can just ask someone if they want to sponsor this thing, right? I have no idea if it's going to be big or not, right? I'm expecting maybe like 5 people to join this jam, but still, right? All right, come on. Go back. No, I got to do that. That's not what I want to do. Come on. Now, that is what I want to do. I want to see what was the rest of the stuff. All right, apparently I've sort of messed up here, right? Too expensive, great concept. I mean, we can ask them, right? It's at 40 a month, available for a one-time payment of 3 months or a year access, right? Like, so a year would actually be probably close to like 400 then. I'm guessing they're going to give you a couple of months for free if you sign up for a year. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know if this is good or not, right? Really? So you're paying $480 if you pay for 1 year? That seems weird. That seems bad. That seems not good. You get $5 off if you have 5 people. That's not a good discount. Okay. Okay. So right. So it's even just 9 months you pay for then, right? That's good. You can, but I think... hello, Mark. How are you going? Welcome, Raiders. We're just talking about this because people seem to like and not like this. So if you go to the GitHub, it's still not going to do the running, like the runners for you. And you're probably not going to have access to the documentation, right? I think that's the whole point, is that you get access to whatever educational material they have, right? Given that this thing, I actually thought the Brook was working for them, that he was writing stuff for these people, right? If you look at the stuff they have, they seem to exist in many languages, right? So they have like build your own Redis, for instance, and then there's all these languages that you can do it in, right? They don't have Gleam, you know, we might as well not bother. I always wanted to build my own Redis in Haskell. They have Gleam, look at that. So someone needs to write this stuff and write the information for this thing, right? So you have to teach someone about TCP service and the Redis protocol along with the language specifics, right? So I imagine that it takes quite a lot to do this, right? All right, and then we click there and we end up here again. Oh man, why is that happening? Why is this website so all right? Just leave me on this page. What's qualified as hard? Is there any hard here, right? Command processing. I reckon I'm gonna click on it again like an idiot, right? So I reckon this thing. I don't think this will be. See, it's like nerd sniping, isn't it? Is this really hard, or are they just messing with us? All right. Blocking reads? Nah, man, this isn't hard. I'm really good at doing blocking reads. I can do blocking reads in one line. I don't get how this is hard. Empty transaction. Executing a transaction. I don't know what this actually means, but we have transactions in Anathema for interacting with the tree. The thing is, I wouldn't knock this. I think this could be fun. Is this someone who just started? C#, that's where the... Oh, Rust as well. And Python, and Go, and TypeScript. Java, no one finished anything, right? This guy is still trying to get his tractor rolling, right? Okay, but you know what? I'm actually going to ask a few companies if they want to sponsor this thing, so we can have a prize, okay? But I don't think anyone's gonna get back to me. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see what comes out of this thing, all right? Maybe, maybe not. Well, we'll see. All right, I need a backend. No, I don't. I'm sitting on it right now. I need a glyph index. Where's the glyph? Did I put the glyph index in here? No, I didn't. Maybe I never did anything with the glyph index. All right, let's just go and look here for glyph index. I did. Oh, right. Okay, so I never defined it. Okay, back to widgets we go. I never defined it. Let's go paint. All right, let's put a pub type glyph index being a index map U32 string do. Alright, there we go. Index map, not max. Okay. So when we create a new paint context, we need to pass in the index map. Is that right? Yes, it is. Ooh, We're gonna have index map. No, it's called glyph index. It was not. I appreciate the little detour we took there. Right? Ow! What did you do? Because that was kind of what the kick in the pants I needed, right? Or maybe rather the little break my brain needed to get cracking again, right? Ah, fiddlesticks. We need to pass in the glyph index here. Is that already available? Expected. No, not impl pimple for you. It's just the surface that needs it. Oh, hang on. Stop and think. Create a sized context at a given position. I kind of feel like sometimes this playlist hits some good songs and sometimes it's just not. Nice one. All right, then. What am I doing? Oh, right, to unsized. That was just slow, you know. Why is there so much typing? Oh, look at you. How does this not sound like the intro? Is anyone hearing this and thinking Stranger Things? It's just the start of it, right? Map. Yeah, exactly. It's like it's very unsatisfactory, isn't it? So you don't like my U32, do you? All right, so let's make a something rather for this. There we go. Now this is going to be... Eep. Come back here. Now we probably can't solve this through magic. Come on. No. I feel like we need a little bit, something that's a little bit more popping. Some permutation of it, Saladin. Some permutation of it. Ah, this is not copy, but it is now. And we're going to import from usize for glyph index. Oh, shiddlespicks. Tricks. Sticks. Come on. And then, whoops. No X and U size. Ooh, Nelly. We probably need things like hash in there, don't we? I don't know. It's a drinking game. Don't do that. Okay. Okay, we can fix that too. No, we can't. Why not? Also, what is that? Do we not have Unicode width in this project? We do. So why can't you find the width for this thing? But there is. Wow, we got so many errors now. Isn't that just delightful? You think you have enough errors? I don't know. Let's add some more. I try not to say that and the T word too much, Pericero. The T word, for those who don't know, is Thunderbird, an old mail client by Mozilla. Yum. Okay. Yes, the glyph does not live there anymore. Okay. What? Okay. Extra okay then. But we could store the width on here instead, couldn't we? But then this becomes a struct rather than enum. It's, you know, it would be nice if you had anonymous enums in Rust. So you'd have something like a struct glyph where we have the size and the kind, which would be something like single or an anonymous type like this. Of course, it's going to be really difficult to refer to this thing, but it would have been cool. Yeah, there's no two ways around it. Freaking code points and grapheme clusters be damned. Let's just do this thing, right? No. Yes. Okay, we have a lot of bugs now, and I don't want them there. So let's have a look at getting the glyph out of the paint function. All right, so where's the glyph in here? It's here. Okay, we're going to move you out and into the paint function. But then why is the renderer here? The renderer should probably also be in the paint function then. I keep saying paint function, but I mean the paint module. Now I just broke a bunch of things here. Eep. All right, so that's going to be paint. No, that's self. Ah, the joy. Now we should be able to import this thing. Yes. All right, that's supposed to be a glyph now. So much stuff. So much stuff. Okay. What are we missing here? This is for the test backend. Yeah, this thing probably needs to know about the old glyph for root 2, you know. I'm out of drinkies now. Hey, I was supposed to have food once, wasn't I? I had that pizza, but I should probably have some other kind of food too. What is easy to eat? Like low effort food that we can just throw together. Some might say ice cream, but they would be wrong. So we need to pass in the glyph index. We don't actually have a function for creating one of these. Oh, shake. I keep saying glyph. I mean glyph map, right? Hello, Cassiano. How are you doing, Slab? slab empty. Map. It's a nap. Hash map. New. Okay. All right. Can't find the glyph map, but then you did. Oh, yes. Okay, so the test backend, we can now pass in a mutable reference to the glyph map. Yeah, that was unnecessary and slow. Let's not do that again for the third time. Okay. Why ever would you be mutable? Nobody knows. How's it going, Gandalf? But what is self? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. This buffer. All right. Well, then we have to pass in a glyph map here. This is getting tedious. All right, well, then we have to pass in the glyph map here as well, right? Nice. Were they a good candidate? Maybe you shouldn't answer that question on the off chance that you told them that you were going to watch this stream and they followed you in here. If you're watching this, candidate, I'm sure you did your best. I'm rooting for you. Unless you are shit, then I will not root for you. Okay, so where does the glyph map come from? Well, all this is right, isn't it? I am working on a text user interface, right? So you can draw fancy interfaces in the terminal and they will look the bomb. The problem is that someone had to draw my attention to the fact that the cars function on strings in Rust is a lie and it actually returns code points and not characters. So now I have to fix that. You're from Brazil, bom dia. That was the first interview and it's a good start. Happy to hear it. What a beautiful line of code. If led to toot toot. What do you want from me, you put function? That is fine. I believe you. We just have to be a little bit recursive here. Change, eh? Can you draw a D bloop 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 and a T bloop bloop bloop? I don't know what that means. Okay, I think we are gonna have to to store the size on the glyph then. Okay, how big is the glyph now? It will be 8 characters. So we're only doubling the size, which isn't too bad. And if we do this, is it still gonna be 8? Yeah. Okay, then we are going to do width here. There we go. That's how you do it. Okay. I think this is amazing because we can do all this good stuff. We cannot do this though. All that. All this. Although we could do this. Oh, good grief, Temporis. The pain. Actually, why don't we do this? Space. Kind of feel like that should be at the top then, right? Then where did we do this? Hello, Afterlife guy. How are you doing today? Okay, we need to create the glyphs through the surface in that case, and that's all right. Ready to get some work done? That sounds pretty good. Sounds good. Temporis is working your test. Very good. Very good. My milkshake? I don't know where I'm going with this. So we already have a width. So what are we doing with this width? Ah, we're doing that with it. I could teach you, but okay. So can we print a glyph? No, we cannot. So we have to match on the glyph here, okay? Eep. Damn. I don't know where this is going. All right, we need the glyph map here. It's a small change, but I think we can handle it. Okay, so then we're going to get the thing with the thing, and we're going to do the thing with the thing and do the thing with the thing. Why is this not working? Because this does not exist. Hey, string buddy. Now that might cause an itty-bitty lifetime committee to happen. Is this instantly gonna do what it should be doing? I ain't just string pass, string mate. Although I feel like we took that one in the wrong direction now. Okay, so what are we doing and how did we end up here? This is returning a result, isn't it? Yeah. So we end up with, whoops. I'm just gonna keep pushing that character and see what happens. It's an option of a result. And we don't want that. So if this thing is... It's an IO result. Ooh, okay. I know. Don't worry about it. I'm not loving this. What are you on about? But there is no else here. Why? Why? We're dropping this thing. Well, in that case, we can just do that. Okay, fine. We won't do the dropping. I can feel you judging me. Okay.
Don't do the drop. Clippy will complain. And I got exactly one friend and they leave me if Clippy complains.
That is a you problem. Fine. You happy now? Create a new instance of a screen. We probably need to set this up to have a grapheme index. No. It's supposed to be shit. A grapheme map. How did you end up here? Yes. Damn it. Why are you not here? No. Surely not. What? Where does this live then? Oh, glyph map. Oh. That's what it's called. Grapheme nonsense. There we go. Okay, so to put a glyph, we have foolishly deleted large amounts of code. We need to pass in the glyph map, but we don't really though. Right? We don't use the glyph map anymore, do we? Right, we need to have a glyph for this, and that means we have already calculated the size of the glyph, so it's okay. Whether you... Okay, right. And that's fine. This function takes whatever. Glyph map. Shape. There's no glyph map there. Alright. Glyph map. We did it for the test, and now we do it for this thing too. It's so easy to program Rust. There's literally no thinking involved in this. I am just going through the errors and adding stuff, right? Rust, you don't have to think. What a strapline. Rust, because you're thick. All right. So to glyph, this, on the other hand, has to do some work for us, okay? Where's the context? Ah, here we go. To right. To right. Should we say to glyph or to glyphs? Because we could technically make an iterator come out of this thing. Like, super cool. Nah, don't fight me, you fool. Hi. Yeah, that was a mistake. There was a mistake. Somster. We don't want to allocate a bunch of strings here. That's dirty. Dirty things, okay? We could, if we have an actual call, but we're not going to have that though, right? We're going to have a string slice here. So I don't know why you think that... Right? No. Stop trying to do that. Why? What is this? Where are we? Okay, place glyphs. We could make a string slice to glyph, and we could have a card to glyph, right? We're going to return something in here. I think we're going to return iterator, where the item is a glyph, like so. So we do as ref dot graphemes true. Yeah. And that's now string slice. Now we have to look. Oh, maybe this is where we need to use Unicode segmentation. All right, let's go and have a look. Is this... Okay, there are trait implementation for this thing, right? All right, what did the Unicode other thing, the Unicode segmentation and Unicode normalization? There's a lot. That's not it. That's not what we have. Unicode normalization alignment. Oh my goodness, Cretaceous. Unicode graph. Focaccia. Why? Unicode normalization. Composite. Can we check how many characters there are in here? Okay. No. Why is there a compose function? So we have to go into core for this. Into core. No. Oh my God. Then how do we know if this thing is actually... How does Alacrity do it? Do they even do it? Yes, they do. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to display it. Creates Alacrity. With great Alacrity comes great terminal emulation. All right, let's have a look. Where should we look? Terminal? Alacrity? All right, I guess what we could do is we're not going to search through the project here because that's a toilet. Instead, we're going to go into temp. Whoops. Get clone. Eep. Right. Now we're gonna search for Unicode. We have width, we have width, we have width. Okay. Really? Does it not do it? Do they not use Unicode segmentation? What? Only Unicode width? Really? I don't get this. How are they dealing with graphemes then? What is this? Okay, should we imagine that West term? Maybe West term does things. Well, that's almost how you spell it. West term or zeros. West term. They do bidirectional monarchies. Well, why don't you show me actual West term then? Oh, right, you fool. Ooh, they do. They have a lot of crates. Oh my. If only the mouse thing wasn't so gross with West term. Where should we even look here, right? Are we gonna have to clone this thing as well? Probably a lot to clone, isn't it? All right, don't care about that. Or that. Or that. Or that. Or that. Or that. Maybe this. No. There's no Unicode in here. Free type. That has nothing to do with anything. Maybe they don't have to deal with this stuff there. I don't think they have to deal with it. Great. what is it called? Final. Okay, what does this do? This code is designed for the Unicode needs of the project, but is designed to be used by other software as well. Okay. Why? What does this do? There you have it. Smaller is better. Dear wife, you were wrong. Okay. So this is faster in every way, and then we should use this instead. Why not? Okay, there we go then. We just say, it's discouraged. Documentation, please. This is not necessarily meant to be a comprehensive Unicode support. I'm feeling pretty comprehensive. This is not necessarily meant to be a comprehensive Unicode support, to offer comprehensive Unicode support maybe, but you know what? Who cares, right? Not me. I mean, I do care, but that's because my brain can't skip typos when it finds them. Comprehensive. 2 features are currently supported. Unicode segmentation! Come on, man. Wake me up before you go, yeah? I came here to watch you sleep. Specify clusters as a feature when importing the crate for a pickable iterator of currencies. We extend the iterator to include next cluster method, which returns option string, which will contain the next graphene cluster if there is one or none if there isn't. Yeah, but I don't want to have an on string here. What is this nonsense? Extends the car class with methods for testing. What the ship are you? What is this wording? I'm hoping that there's no classes in here, right? Hello, lad. How you doing? Can we see some examples? There are no examples. But segmentation lacked the interface for segmentation. I feel like whoever wrote this was in a hurry to write this. And that's okay, because typos are not relevant. Okay, so this should be faster. So this is our input, and this is our car indices. So is each car index pointing to a code point? Is that what it does? I don't know, right? This is a little bit confusing. How do we get this? By passing a string. And we don't need it to be peekable, though. Get out. I guess we could just count characters, right? But that seems a bit silly. I guess the peekability here is useful because we can ask it. We can politely ask it if there is another character, and if there is one. Okay, we're gonna use this thing, right?
Wow.
Where are you? Thing? No, I want the TOML file. Come on, man. So we're gonna use what? Final Unicode. Despite its many typos, I believe this project is where it's at. 1.2. Look at that. We get to put a 2 in there instead. All right, let's fix everything now. Widgets. All right. So I think we're good now. We just have to go through all this stuff. Right. So how do we use this? Oh, pox on me for thinking I'm going to get examples. What's in data? It's a test. This just exports grapheme clusters. So we're going to use graphemes new with the input string. Let graphemes equals graphemes dot map. This is now string slice. Oh no. Wait. Are these graphemes or code points? I don't remember now. Graphemes is new. And then collect. I thought we... Okay, peekable car index, right? No, we don't want that. This is primarily to allow a single implementation to be used for both peekable cars and peekable car indices. You could implement this for some other iterator if you blah 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 blah. All right, so can we just call has next then, right? Can we do something like has next here? We cannot. Can we peek? Then we can ask has next. Or no, but we can do this. Okay. So if we do this, graphemes.next, that will give us the next next G is an option of a string. This should represent a single character. Nah, this isn't right. This is a lie and a half, isn't it? We want to call get cow maybe. Want to call get cow maybe. But this isn't right. Clusters from an underlying string. The grapheme cluster trait extends the peak of iterator over cars or car indices to add a next cluster. Okay. No, that returns a string. Fiddlesticks. Ah. Thank you for the follow. That's so fun. So this is like allocating strings. That's super shit, right? That's just straight up rhubarb. It's unnecessary. We don't want that. Oh, that's all it's gonna do? Can we find where this is actually implemented then? Okay, well, it's right here, isn't it? Is it a good practice to have one enum that contains all possible error variants and then propagate them till wherever? It depends entirely on what you're doing, right? If you have a sign-in application and the error is either invalid credentials or you provided no credentials, then yeah, that makes sense to be one. If your application is split across multiple crates and so on and so forth, then they're probably gonna have their own errors, right? Start off with an error in singular rs in your source directory. And if it's growing into some ungodly mutant that starts haunting you at night, then you can break it down into smaller errors. Is your project large enough to warrant having that many crazy errors though? That is another question. So this is going to push into the string, but really we want to build this. Okay, peak cow returns the next character or none otherwise. Oh man, I feel like this is driving myself mad with this thing, right? Like, do we have multiple graphemes in here? But these are just the graphemes of the string. I need to know if this string slice contains more than one character. But you can combine different errors, right? So, for instance, don't you have errors from outside of your crate? It is common to have an enum that contains all your error variants, but some variants will wrap other variants, right? But if you have like 50,000 variants, then maybe not, right? Can I see your error type? Can I see it? Do you want to show me your error type? Sorry, I don't share error types.
On a first date.
How many variants do you have? If you have like 20, 30 variants, that's still fine. I mean, I kind of have to ask why you have so many if you do, but if it's a lot more than that, then maybe. This is one of those silly it depends answers, I'm afraid. We need to know how many cars there are in here. In this. So really, what we're supposed to return here but do you know roughly how many variants you have in there, right? Is there an obscene amount of variants in there, or is it like 10? Yeah, that's nothing. 10, 15 is fine. I thought I had more. Nah, I thought this one was more absurd than it was then. Okay, so this thing should have... Oh, we don't need this to be peekable then. But then we have to count this. That feels a bit stupid. That feels a bit silly. And this thing allocates, right? Return a slice of the underlying string corresponding to the next cluster if one exists. And if that cluster has more than one character in it, then we have to store that as a grapheme cluster instead of a code. Wait, what's a grapheme, what's a code point, and what's a grapheme cluster? I've forgotten all this now. Should we ask ChatGPT? A grapheme is the smallest functional unit of a writing system, similar to a character. A code point is a numerical value that maps to a specific character in a character encoding. A grapheme cluster is a sequence of one or more Unicode code points that should be treated as a single unit for text editing and rendering purposes. Well, what's the difference between a grapheme and a code point? I mean, what's a character? It's not... So, a character in Rust is a code point, right? Alright, let's have a look. A character is an overloaded term that can mean many things. Okay, great. A code point is an atomic unit of information. Text is a sequence of code points. Each code point is a number which is given a meaning by the Unicode standard. Okay, so it's like an index, okay? I think. A code unit is a unit of storage. Oh, okay, we don't care about that. A grapheme is a sequence of one or more code points that are displayed as a single graphical unit that the reader recognizes as a single element of the writing system, but may consist of multiple code points. So are we... Yeah, we're checking a grapheme for multiple code points, but what is a grapheme cluster then? Anyone? Madness. Yeah, this is what we draw. We're not going to worry about that. It's not a group of sounds. Outside of Unicode, standard character is an individual unit of text composed of one or more graphemes. No, a grapheme cluster would be a combination of multiple. Yes. So this one is a combination of E and the diacritic that is on top of the E there. I don't know what it's called. I don't know this stuff. But I don't see the word cluster in here. That corresponds to, I think, contortions of pre-composed characters and grapheme cluster. Okay. Nothing there. What is a grapheme cluster then? Yeah, you can do that in the meantime. Thank you so much, Alad. Being wrong means that we can become right, and that means nothing. Okay. Excelsior. While looking into documentation for expressible by string literal, I came across expressible by extended grapheme cluster literal. Man, whoever's working on Swift's got their job cut out for them, right? Hey, what did you do before I did this? I worked in Java. Alright. A grapheme cluster is a collection of symbols that can represent an individual character that the user will see within a string on the screen. So a grapheme cluster is a combination of Unicode characters, for instance. But when there is no available pre-composed single Unicode character that might do the job for you. Swift. And a string. The old next step prefix. I'm happy that still hangs around. Not that beautiful Objective-C though. A grapheme cluster is a single user-perceived character that may consist of multiple Unicode code points, which we call... Okay, fine. So we read that and we're like, okay, we're done. So if the car count is larger than 1, that means that we have a grapheme cluster and we need to store this as a string. Otherwise, we're going to store it as a character. So really, we need to do this. All right, but if we do that, then and don't forget the square brackets. So in general, this thing should always return just one character. Like 90% of the times we're going to have one character. But we need to get the character. So we say here, if cars why don't we just match then? So here we have a glyph. And this glyph is a single glyph. That is C. And it's C.width, unwrap, or 0. If we have some, then we don't care. And we're gonna have to do some nonsense now. We need a mutable reference to the glyph map now. Unless we have that here. Yes, we do. So a pox on you for thinking we needed that. So now we can say glyph is equal to self. That means that this thing needs mutable access to self. Always a scary moment. Glyph map dot insert G into, and then we do a, well, index glyph and width SU8, and that is also a byte. And so we lived happily ever. Ah, why? I'm sorry. I've been there too. Did you remember to subscribe to the things? Yeah, we had one that was made of many. Yeah. You need to register the interest temporis. Have you done that? That's like the first thing you gotta do. And you need the scopes for it as well. Okay, so we can't do this, can we? We have a glyph. Oh, glyph index. Map. There you go. Blah. Cluster. Mr. Cluster, I presume. No. Mismatch type? No. That's a glyph index. That's returning a glyph. That. Why are you unhappy with me? No te gusta. Okay. S does not live long enough. Oh, you biscuit. Can we just do that then? Although technically that will be the same, right? So we need to slap a lifetime on there. Although that's not gonna help. Is it? Now I'm just guessing. Oh, there you go. All right, then. No, still not happy. You are never happy. Are we married? Why is this happening to me? All right, cargo C, if we can find out. Where does lifetime 1 come from? It comes from self. That can't be good. Where are we using this? Nowhere. Okay. Now, if we do this, we would borrow... This would be the same as writing this. The only lifetime thing here would be this guy that's getting a little bit perverted, but what can you do about that? Not a lot. Captures lifetime screen. Well, that ain't right. That is not right. I don't know where I did that. That was really bad. No, go back. Pretend that never happened. Why can't we do this, you confusing POS? We oh my god. So this thing should take ownership of the... I don't know what we're calling as ref here though, right? That's a little bit tonto, but... There's nothing to move into here either. I don't know why we need that, but... Okay, because we need to move graphemes in there. Oopsie. It should not capture the lifetime screen. Oh, it does because we're using the glyph map. Sheep. We can't do that. Hello, Wairu. How are you? See, this thing is a little bit of a conundrum. We might have to write a lot of code now. And it's gonna be kind of gross code, but not really. But then it kind of was, and then no one judged me for doing it. We just need to borrow things for a little bit, and that's that. Oh my god. Okay, let's make a glyph iterator here, shall we? Okay, that's gonna be generic over T. And it's going to have an inner T. Okay. Then we're going to import iterator. No, we're not. We're going to import glyphs. All right. Here. And then we're going to have a next function. Maybe. Then we're going to have to pass in a mutable reference to the glyph map. We're going to turn an option of a glorp of a glyph here. Right. So we make a new one of these. And we're going to have our source be a string slice. Right. Thank you for the follow. And that means we need a reference here. I don't know what we're gonna call you. We're gonna call you A-OK. There we go. That's because you're A-OK. In my book.
Yeah.
That's the most awkward thing ever to write, isn't it? Right. And an A here. Source. But now we have to create inner from the source. And that's going to look a little bit like this. We're going to create graphemes from source. That can be our inner. And this is our next function now. So don't do that. So then this is not really generic over T, is it? It has graphemes. Get rid of that. Suffering from success. Oh my god, that's a great name. Suffering from success. Okay. So self.inner.next. Whoops. Then this will be, first of all, none of that. Get out of here, you ridiculous lifetime. Nobody wants you here. Graphemes. Well, okay, so I kind of lied a little about that. The lifetime comment there didn't quite make sense. My goodness, I want a button on my keyboard for flipping tick A, right? And now I could, but we're not going to do it. I don't know who that is. I'm too old to get your pop reference. You're making me feel uncomfortable with my age. Graphemes, new S. Shape. Glyphs. Fiddlesticks. What now? All right. Wrong type. Put one on there. What now? I need something. Why is there a, what is this? Why is this code all jacked? Look at this thing, man. Oh no, Vim is dying. Fixed. I think using the word grapheme makes Vim go, no, we probably opened the grapheme code and Vim just went, no. I don't remember what I'm doing here. I'm gonna have to go and get some water soon. And whose fault is that? Oh yeah, so we need to place glyphs. We need to have an iterator of graphemes, right? That was the other thing that I was gonna say, but you didn't want to listen to me. So typical. I don't know if I want that as a feature though. Okay. Graphemes and memes. What do we need? We need to make graphemes for this thing, right? No, glyphs. Glyphs, come on, man. You know this. You wrote this. Okay, no, hang on. This is good. Welcome to the Discord, Mr. T. Okay. So now we can ask... This is a glyph, by the way. While let some glyph equal to glyphs dot next south dot map. This is borrowed. Yes, it is. Place glyph takes a glyph in a position. Glyph. How about you? There we go. What a roller coaster. Did anyone keep up with that bullshit? Did anyone actually follow what happened there? It was like a beautiful dance of lifetimes. Grapheme clusters, glyphs, and code points. And it kind of culminated into brain damage. Okay. No method named to glyph, but we don't need that. That's a car again. Why did you come back? Right, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna panic here. You should always blame non-lexical lifetimes. They are the root of all that's frivolous. Expected a glyph. Found a cow. What does this do? It's the canvas. Okay, you know what? Nothing is as good as a fantastic panic, right? This is, oh shit, this is an expand. It's in the fill function of expand. You know what we're gonna do in here though, right? We're gonna panic. Hey, it compiles. Can we now draw text widgets? No. Why would you foolishly specify that version? Let's get rid of that quick fast. Mulroy, how you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Oh my god, are you guys in for a treat? I'm gonna go to the toilet, but you can't come with me. Alright? No, pass in Python means do nothing. Panic in Rust means flex. Alright? I'm gonna go on top of my water. Alright? Do you wanna see some bartending tricks, right? All right, that was pretty good. Let's do this then. All right. Let's get this. You know what's really comfortable? Wearing headphones for about 8.5 hours. You can sort of just imagine the gross things that goes on there, right? Waxy. Okay, right. Welcome, Raiders. Sorry, I had to go. Otherwise, the stream would have been short, weird, and unsanitary. But I'm back, and we are just fixing some bugs, because one of the most wonderful things that you could ever experience as a programmer is having to dive into the world of code points and grapheme clusters. I thought we were safe. We were not. I thought Rust dealt with this for us. It did not. Instead, we had to go and dig around in the darkest pits of hell to find a solution that was amicable. Now we have one, and it's all good. And we can print hi to the screen. Look at this. Hi, how are you? Look at that. Right. But if I do this now, we're going to break, because I threw a panic in there. So now we're going to have to make all these things work. All right. Let's see what we can do here. What is this thing? This is for expanding. Okay. So we have to translate all these beautiful code glyphs, right? All these beautiful code points and what have you, into our own unit that we call a glyph. A glyph is either a singular character or it's an index into a map that contains all the graphemes, right? So we should be good. Even if you use languages with a lot of grapheme clusters in them, right? We should be good. Okay. We can try this because someone delightfully shared a little bit in here. There we go, right? So this thing should not be a singular character, right? If it is, let's go here. Lol. All right. If we print this, you can see this thing is actually responsible for outputting quite a lot of characters, right? We're printing every single character in there, right? Let's just have this guy in there, right? Look at this. This is just whatever, right? Beautiful, beautiful, okay? So even though it looks like one character, it's actually many characters. Now, let's see if we can print this if we open up ROM. Ooh. Not rim. It's not that kind of thing. Main.rs. No. Template. Ammo. There you go, right? If we grab this thing now and we slap it in here. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Like that. Will this print only the letter X, or will it print out all this dirt? Or will it just not print at all because I have a border in there? Already at the oldest change? I don't think so. There we go, right? Fiddlesticks! You have betrayed me. Alright, it's supposed to print out the character. Now it just prints out the letter H and then nothing. Okay then. Alright. We have to up our game a little, right? Because apparently it's not doing what I want it to do. Thank you for the follow. Runtime. TUI backend. Okay, let's have a look, shall we? We have a screen here, and we have a glyph map. So when it comes to drawing into the glyph map, we should be able to catch this now. This is next. All right, let's have a look. What is next? What is self.inner? It's this hideous thing. Okay. And now we're going to get the letter X. Okay. But there is more. But wait, there is more. So we're going to take G, which is this whole gross thing, and just dump it in there, right? So now we have one in there. If we print out, we're going to do set print pretty. And I'm going to print out the map, or dereference the map, shall we? And then we print it out. Okay. So this is now a string with this value in it. Right. And then what's the width of this thing? It is 1. That is correct. So this is storing the right data, but when we draw the data, something incredibly bad is happening, apparently. I say incredibly bad, but that is, you know, not really what it is. It's just shit, right? It's not bad, it's shit. Okay, where is the... Oh, because we're probably printing characters, right? No, we're not. How do we draw? Where is the screen? All right, let's see. Where's the drawing code for this thing? Draw changes. There you are. Okay, let's go through the changes. All right, we're gonna write. Why do we have a style in here? Well, maybe we have a reset style. All right, cool. Just sit. All right. So what does insert contain? A glyph, no doubt. Yeah. And it's a cluster. So why are you moving so fast? Where did that go then? Just keep saying run and it just doesn't want to. There we go. Right, we have an index, which is 0. What's in the glyph map? Oh, you know what? I think this one is empty. Yeah, it's empty. Oops. I think we might accidentally have created more than one, and that's not good. Alright, that's not good. Okay, so where does this thing come from? It comes from this glyph map, which comes from... Where do you come from then? It comes from self glyph map, which is on the screen. Okay. But I think that someone else might have a glyph map in here. So we're going to go to the back end. Don't get all excited. TUI. Glyph map. We're going to find glyph map on the test backend. But also... No, wait. I didn't want that to happen. We have it on the screen. And we also have it on the TUI backend. Okay, so we can sort of not have it on the screen because it does no, just no. Okay, all right. So let's go here and get rid of this thing. All right, you can't have it, and that's how it goes now. And I think maybe this will fix it. So we're just gonna pass in the glyph map here. That's a reference to a glyph map, by the way. And then that's going to be self.glyph map. Snap. Now then, is it going to draw the crazy stuff or not? Yes! Super weird character that nobody's ever going to use. It's impossible to... I can't believe 8 hours have gone by preventing progress for the sake of being able to draw this shitty character in the terminal. If this is not the reason why we programmers, then I don't know what is, okay? If you don't wake up in the morning thinking, I am close to release, how can I completely and utterly up my project? Like this. This is how you do it. 8 hours, a working day, down the toilet. Alright. Oh yeah, word wrapping always works, right? Word wrapping is dealt with long ago, right? Oh, you... I don't think it is. No, it's not. Why are you doing this to me? Do I know you? Are you from my past? Did I somehow bump into you in the supermarket and I didn't apologize? Why is this happening? I was happy once. You know it. It's where we live, Temporis. This is sort of the definition of what hell is. You think you're living life, but you've been dead for a while, and you just keep coming back to the same endless suffering known as word wrapping. It's just, yes, this is it. We just have to do our word wrapping on the glyphs instead. So it's not really that bad. It's 73 bytes. Yeah, but if someone uses that, it's their problem, right? I give you the tools, right? If you nail yourself to a plank, that's on you, right? So I don't mind. I don't mind. All right, but before we continue, we have to fix this now. So let's see how this goes. What is this thing? This is expand. Okay. Well, then you would have 146 bytes. Or do you? Are you saying that you want me to try it? Is that what you're saying? You wanna try this? How many do we have? 5. All right, there you go. Oh, wrapping. Yeah. No, we don't know about wrapping just yet, right? Because we have to get all the other things in first. But we just have to change word wrapping to operate on the glyphs instead of the thing, instead of cars, right? It's not a big issue. I think we'll be fine, right? Big issue. All right, so let's do this then. Oh yeah, no, I really think it's a just sort of situation here, right? It's just that kind of situation, right? You know, you gotta give 110%. You know, you gotta do your best. It's just that kind of situation, right? All right. So what is this thing? String size. All right. This just means that we have to create glyphs here, right? How quick was that fix? There is the answer. It was very quick. No. We'll be done with this today. Now we have fill. So that means that we should be able to do this. Expand. Fill. Text. Eep. Invalid token. All right, sorry, I forgot how my own language works. Oh, did you see the lag? But more importantly, que más importante es funcionar, ¿no? Cargo run, release me. Oh, that was painful to watch. It was painful to watch that draw call, right? But it works. Oh yeah. Now we're gonna get a border in here, right? Border. Well, I mean, I want to keep this character in there, so border. And then this should now. No, E. Thank you. This should now fail because we haven't activated the border yet. So we need to go to border somewhere. Default border, panic. There we go, all right? So we have this pointer. Can you combine just about anything then? It certainly opens up the possibility for layers where if you draw one character on top of another, you try to combine them. how crazy would that be? Very. Scope creep alert. Yes, without a shadow of doubt, we are not doing that. We are not doing that. We're standing here close to the finish line. We are not doing that. Okay. Okay. All right. So border painter, it gets what? Why would you get a mutable reference instead of just getting ownership of this thing and then pass mutable reference? Yes. Right? I mean, honestly, who wrote this thing? Well, we can't all be perfect. All right, so we're not going to do that then, or that. So we're just going to do this. Okay. So that's gonna be a character. Can we make this into a glyph instead then, right? If we can draw glyphs, then what can't we do, right? All right, the brush needs a glyph. Hey ho, the dairy, oh, the brush needs a glyph. Or a gilf, if you're dyslexic. Ship. There is glyphs all the way down. Okay, so the border painter, can we get a bunch of glyphs here then? Self.edges, could that be a glyph? I mean, we're kind of just adding things now. Mr. Balrog, how you doing, buddy? Very good. Very good. If that wasn't alarmingly close to my reality, I would find it more funny. The life of a face-blind individual. You're walking, you get to kindergarten, you go to pick up your child, you walk towards them, but nope, that's not my child, and then you make this kind of U-turn. Unwrap or zero. What's edges? Glyphs. Alright. Well, we can ask for the width. We just don't need to unwrap. And we don't need to do that either. Alright. But alright, we do have to do that, right? Ooh, double cast.
Ow!
Oh no, hang on. There we go.
Ah!
Okay. Yes, that would be weird, wouldn't it? Honey, I'm just gonna go and pick up the kid. Why do you have a bag? Never you mind, okay? Never you mind. I like to bring a sack wherever I go. Damn it. Okay, so what is this concern here? Okay, so can we do glyphs here? You never know when you need a burlap sack. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. Burlap, right? No, we can't call into that. This is going to be super annoying. Maybe. Okay. We could do this. Can we do a glyph from... We can't, but we can pimple the from car full glyph. Yeah? And then you feel like you're a little bit more special, yeah? Self, single. Oh man, that's too scary. And then we do value dot with unwrap or 0 as you ate. You ate what? I don't know. Now we're gonna take all this code and we're gonna replace that. Oh man, I need to remember a little bit of the old. So we could do this in 2 passes, but how do we capture groups in Vim, right? Gripe. No, stop trying to write gripe. I don't even know if I want to see what that is. I think we'll just avoid that for now. How's it going, Daily Code? So we should be able to do something like take whatever is there up until there again. Although it seemed... Why would it select this one? Oh, because of that one, right? It doesn't go to the first one, does it? Nah. I'm doing all right, though. I'm just having a little bit of a moment. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to replace this with that throughout the board. Oh, no, that's not what we're going to do. We're going to replace the tick, comma, with tick, bracket, comma, everywhere. Do we have to escape that, nerd? Yeah. Like that. Now... Oh, crud. We still have that. So I wanted to replace the tick now with glyph from... But I want to do this for all the ticks, but not the closing ticks, right? So we need the tick. You know what? I don't remember. There should be like a group capture between two. So that's just going by word. There shouldn't be any words in here, right? No words? Nah. Nice one, Daily Code. It's always exciting to get back into the pain, isn't it? You'd be like, why did I ever stop? And then it hits you like a ton of bricks. That's why. Right, we can do that. Okay, we're going to do this now. Tick, comma. Going to be replaced with a big ass X everywhere. All right. I am just having fun with this now. I'm sorry if this is boring for you, but just like I said to my wife, I didn't make you stay with me. Okay, so we're going to change this tick into glyph from bracket everywhere. And then we can replace big old X with a closing bracket and a comma everywhere. Ow, you fiddlestick. Alright, you know what? Fine. I have grown wary on my own nonsense. Wait. There we go.
Eep.
2. Move 2. There you are. Oh, really? You don't like that then, do you? You didn't like that, did you? Wait, what does that thing do? No, alright. So it's just, you're just not going to be helpful, are you? There we are, right? Look at that. It depends on job opportunities. Job opportunities? No one has a job these days, right? We just have places where we hang out and talk to people. I encourage you to hang out and talk to people, right? All right, so should we do this again? But now we're going to do it right. So we're going to do the X thing. Okay. And then we're going to replace all the glyphs with... And we need to add a tick in there. There we go. And now we can replace all the big X, the uppercase. There we are. Look at that. I don't even know how that happened, but it did. Cannot... Ah, you... Oh, why? Public cons from car, and then that's our car, and then we return self. Ooh, Nelly, how you be so smelly? I don't know. We cannot probably call with, can we? Oh, actually, it's the value becomes C, so that was not it. But this is not a constant. Okay, then we pass in the width as a U8. Okay. There we go. Talk to people? I mean, I talk at people, right? I'll be like, how you doing? And they'll be all like,
Stop coming to my house.
and I'll be like, okay, cool. What's for dinner? All right, let's do this thing now. Edges, as you say. All right, and then here, what? Look at this thing. Here, we could just call glyph. Space. The final front. No. All right. Wait, what is this edge string? Oh, it's custom. No. Then we have to pass in a glyph map. Oh. Dang you. And I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those pesky kids. Oh man, Banky, you like not day when I don't even turn the camera on or start the stream. It's the same thing, right? I'll be like, "How y'all doing?" You're very quiet. But I'm gonna keep talking anyway. I streamed once for 10 minutes into nothing. I had forgotten to click start streaming and I pressed start recording instead. So I recorded myself talking for 10 minutes. I'm like, everyone's very quiet. But there you go. There you go. Okay. So how do we do this then? Thank you all for the follows, by the way. I am very slow. I could have done that, but I could have had like a 10-minute delay on my stream. Thank you for the follow, Plebly. But that would have been convenient. Like everything that everyone says gets a reply 10 minutes later. It'd be just like watching on YouTube, right? You'd be like, how you doing? And 2 days later,
Fine.
I could type in chat, lol, pre-recorded. Actually, it doesn't help if I read that out as I type it. Fail. All right. So I don't know how we can do this. This changes things. This changes things. What does it change? Everything. Pre-typed, hello. Peasant, how are you doing? When you get older, as a streamer, all you do is just take the lights down and people can't see how old you are, right? And then you turn the lights on and then everyone can see how old you are. All right, there you go. Tired from all that Python? I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to eat though, right? At some point, I'm going to have to eat. We've been on for 9 hours and it's time to get some kind of meal. Right? So that has to happen. Okay, anyway, edge string. This cannot happen. This has to become a collection of something instead, right? So this has to be a list now, unfortunately. Did they also teach you how to be corrupt? Because I went on a money laundering seminar once for a company I worked for. We had to get like this. We have to learn to spot money laundering and stuff. And after I was done with the seminar, I was like, wow, I know how to launder money now. I didn't know this before, but now I do. It's rubbish, but it's our rubbish. It's fun. Okay, so instead of doing a custom string, we're gonna have an array of 8 glyphs. Okay, I don't know why I'm typing backwards, but this is now what we do. Oh, you're just gonna find more things to complain about. What are you? Not the reference, that's for sure. Can you win the guess on Discord? What is being made in this pot? You get a slice of tart if you win. It is baby goat brains. Artichokes? Or garlic? Well, what is it? How many arrows do we have? 5. That arrow looks very boring. We'll move away from there. Try from. It's an infusion, Michael. What are you infusing though, right? And are you infusing correctly? Who are you to tell us about infusion? Okay. Who are you that is so wise in infusion? From eval value. Okay, so it was the case that this thing would have given us a bunch of strings, but now we have to do this as a collection instead, which is not the coolest thing ever. Now we have to pass in that filthy map, but we cannot do that because the map is not part of the layout context. So what do we do then? It's not part of the layout context. We could A, make it part of the layout context, or 1, make it part of the layout context because we need it to be now. Another big refactoring coming. Well, I can't help what people are talking about. I just live this life. I don't participate. Context dot map of the glyph. There we go, right? Now that doesn't exist on the layout context, so we're gonna have to put it there. But there is nothing mutable there, okay. Damn you, layout, you riddlestick. Okay. Oh, why did he do that? Glyph map.
No! No more of this!
I can't take it.
It will end soon.
Alright, okay. Glyph map. A mutable reference to a glyph map. I am losing touch with reality. Okay, I need to stand up for a second or two.
Help!
I'm shrinking.
This will suffice. Go to your room, Mr. Balrog. That was too funny. All right, here we are, ready for more nonsense. All right. Okay, now then, how can we solve this problem? How do we make the old paint context? Hello, hardliner. How you doing? I feel short from all this short talk. I need to move my legs a little bit as well. We just stand here and do calf races. How do you guys feel about that? And 1, and a 2, and a 1, and a 2, and okay, right. Counting issue. So the paint thing is backend paint. Can we do a... No, we don't have a backend layout, do we? Ah. What exciting things did they have going, hardliner? Also, if we're doing this, then we actually have to store the glyph storage on the backend instead. Time travel debugging with RR? Were they using RR? It's a time traveling debugger. No, a custom compiler. Cool. Cool. We can at least fix the lighting. Custom compiler, custom ID, custom everything. Wow, so that's a lot of customization to build though, right? It's like, you Rust nerds think you're gonna build a new game engine for everything and that makes you cool. We build everything. We build a new programming language per game. We build our own compiler, we build our own IDs, right? We got this thing sorted, mate. Of course you can. Okay, so we can't create a layout context unless we store the glyph storage on self. That's a bit of a problem, you know. It's a bit of a problem. You build your own compliance course per game? Very good. I could do a compliance course over here. You gotta make sure you're compliant to this course. I don't know where I'm going with this, and also it wasn't very funny. Okay, so we can't pass in a glyph map here. I don't think so. Nah, it can't work, can it? Hello, Skylar. How you doing? How's tricks? Oh, that's not gonna work, is it? Oh, that's really cool. We'll chuck it up here. We might have a little bit of a butcher's, take a gander. Oh, Windows, come on, man. All right, let's just briefly look at this thing. It's clearly Roblox, right? It's just Lua. Say it, don't spray it. All right, I didn't mean to click that. That's cool. Let's have a look. I mean, they've been very quiet about the whole thing, though, right? Ah, that's not good. I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right. Why are you feeling shit? What happens? Skip the part where it fixes the crash. I don't know what part that is. I mean, anathema can do this, just so you guys know. School is happening. Well, I'm old. So, I mean, I'm old school then. That didn't work. There is no delay when you do hot reloading in anathema, just so you know. I'm just saying, you know. You don't have to debug anything because it's a flawless language that never breaks. 1040, I can do that. I can do that. Almost. They named their code editor code editor. I mean, to the point, right? So if you're making a programming language and you introduce null, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's pretty cool, though. Ah, see, he's not supposed to pass a null pointer. Oh, yeah, because I also memorized the floating point number 1. Exactly. So I wonder about the language they made, right? Because this language has to run in a virtual machine or something for them to be able to play all this back, I'd imagine. I try not to, right? I fill my knowledge base with things like unwrap and, you know, the current price of fish. They missed the equal sign. Yeah, classic, classic. All right, let me guys introduce you to a little something that I like to call skill issue. I don't need fancy tools or a debugger. I just need the equal sign. This is very cool, hardliner. All jokes aside, it's very cool. I just realized that That's pretty cool though, right? That's pretty cool. Yeah, you can do this in Rust if you use RR debugger, but not in like terms of game frames, right? So you can record and replay program execution. Actually, maybe you can. I don't know. But check out RR if you're interested. It's not going to be as nice as that, though. You're not going to have a slider and then pixies come out and fix your problem. But instead, you have the terminal and a lot of tissues for crying. Okay, what are we going to do next up then? We got ourselves a layout context, which is supposed to have the glyph map, but it doesn't have the glyph map because the glyph map lives on the back end, not on the runtime. So that's a problem. That's cool. It's got some kind of snapshotting thing going on, right? Okay, so where's the back end in all of this? Do we not have... Oh, no, we're calling the paint on the back end. Okay, so we are borrowing back end mutably here. That's not the same as being able to slap that in here, though, is it? So why do we need this? Do we only need this for the border? Do we only need this for the border? That is cool, hardliner. Okay. We could possibly attach it here because we have a mutable reference to the layout context. And we're supposed to pass in the glyph map to make these edges. And we're gonna need this for the string layout as well. So this means that the glyph map has to move from the back end to the runtime. Do it, hardliner. I'm gonna ask some random company if they want to sponsor the Anathema Jam. If they want to sponsor it. So far, people have suggested cold something. I don't remember the name of it. But then people got angry about the pricing, so I thought we'd skip that one. Cold Biscuit? Cold Crafter, that's the one, right? Cold Crafters. Cold Fusion? No. That's Adobe's crap. I should ask a company to sponsor my tool. Your tool is pretty good though, mate. But it might need a new release though. By the Python Foundation. I think that's great, Cat Peasant. Why wouldn't we have that? All right, so let's go and do some really weird stuff, okay? Let's go into anathema and runtime. And now we have to put this thing on the runtime. Right? Let's see. Where are you, Mr. Runtime? We'll have a glyph map. Fix. Yeah. And then here, we're going to have glyph. Wait, why is the code so oddly distributed? Empty. Just like me. Okay. Widget cycle. Yeah. Of course you need a glyph map here. I mean, who doesn't? Who doesn't want the types to just permeate through the place like a bad smell? Glyph map. Oh, right. This thing probably needs to live on the widget cycle. También. That's mucho español para ti. Hello, Theta Mazers. How you doing? Glyph map. I want to call it a glyph cache, but that would be incorrect, so we're not gonna call it that. I am, well, a little bit disconnected from reality, but other than that, I am well. I don't know why that stopped working. What is this make thing? I don't understand this. Glyph cache map? Ooh, sexy name, but a little bit scary. Alright, so edges needs a glyph map. What is real? Your positive attitude. Don't you think? Oh shit, there's water. In this bottle, not entirely surprising. All right. So what is this make thing? What does this do? Right? We can't do that, can we? I feel like this thing could just be slim edges here. We don't need that. Although we do ask for attributes. Yes. Okay. Well, here's a different take. We panic, okay? And then we get rid of that code. Like that. Okay, then we just have to slap the glyph map in here. Ew. Glyph map. Well, that was alarmingly easy, wasn't it? We just did that, didn't we? Oh, snap, right? Okay. Well then, should we just continue maybe? Okay, now we have to get rid of this from Hardliner. No. Hi, thank you so much for the sub. How you doing? Good bot. I didn't even write the bot. It was Tanaka that wrote it. Oh shit, this thing is still there. Well, we're gonna forget about this until Christmas is around. Thank you so much, Hardliner. And thank you so much, Peasant. Okay, now we need to go to the back end and get rid of the map there. Okay, glyph map, be gone. Okay, then. Okay, so to paint, we have to pass in a glyph map. But I don't know where this paint function comes from. All right, it comes from here. All right, so let's pass in a mutable reference to the glyph map. Why am I so thick? RT is short for runtime and BP is short for blueprint. I am way too lazy to type out those words and is arguably better than A and B. Ah, it's the test backend. Okay. I'm a bit thick. My family tree only has one branch on it, so I'm a little bit thick. Vim, or how I can be unproductive for many months. Stuck in the terminal. My favorite is a cycle in it. That is funny. Okay, well, we don't have this thing anymore. Do we need this thing? I think we do. I think we absolutely do, don't we? I do, you do, somebody do. Now, well, that's supposed to be a mutable one. No, it's not. Now we're changing. We're changing for spring. What? Ah, ooh. Oh, there we go. Don't change things? You want the world to be static? The oxygen a solid wall? Nothing but fear of oxygen, then. Just like you've been editing Vim and then you have like a hammer, you hit the power switch, and that's how you quit. That's how it goes. Static, yeah. My name is a string slice, allocated on the world. How profound! You must be doing copious amounts of crack for that. Alright, so after self, we're gonna have a glyph map. And where, pray tell, do we get one of those from? But from here, of course. Self.glyph map. Why do you ask? Sheep. That doesn't have to be mutable. I would have presumed that it doesn't have to be mutable. Oh, but it does, you big lemon. Ah, well, who's the lemon now? Yes, it's still me. Ah, there you are, you immutable culprit. There we go. And now we just need to make one more change. Or two? Wait, I'm standing on one leg. I don't know why, but I feel like I can't stop doing it until I've solved this problem. Ship. Build, you fool! What is this? Ah, right. Not right. Damn you. Do I have to read error messages? I mean, do anyone ever want to? Ah, the order is wrong. L, you belong over here now. One error remaining. Commit to it even if it takes hours. I have a fear of commitment, which is why I don't use Git. Both of those things are incorrect. I'm too dumb to have a fear of commitment. I met my wife. I'm like, do you want to get married? And she's like, get away from me, you stranger. I said, all right, I'll ask you again in 10 years' time. Okay, so the third one is supposed to be... What? What's self here? It's the widget cycle. It's glyph map. For the third one. Fiddlesticks. No, it's the first one. I lied to myself. Self.glyph map. AI turned up in my code. He was not welcome. All right. Yes! 2 feet on the ground. Moo. All right. Now that was a celebratory sound. Celebratory sound of the ocean. Okay. Where is the border now? And there might be a little bit of a necessity for me to change this make function. Where is this function even used? It is used here. Oh, ship. Not even a necessity. You've been standing behind the millions. That's the type system of Rust. Not to be confused with the Herman Miller type system. That's the type system of IKEA. I don't know what you know. That would be pretty weird if I did, though, wouldn't it? Well, that is pretty cool. All right, before I completely fail as a human being, we just need to fix this make function. And I guess what we could do is we could sort of take the hit here. Right? So we could sort of take the hit here by making this the thin. Whoops. Thin, please. Default slim edges. No. Yes. Right. So the border is now back on track. You need to tell your employer, listen, son, do you want to be left behind? Do you have no future prospects? What are you, a coward? And then you show them this video where I shake my fist at them. You there, future employer. You gotta sort your ship out or ship out. I guess that doesn't work when you replace ship with ship, does it? Your software would be so fast you wouldn't even know what's happening. It might look like bugs, but it's really not. It's just speed. Speed that is beyond your comprehension. And, you know, a picture of a sandwich. I don't know where that comes in. But anyway, we can now do this. Let's have a look at the layout function where we are getting our border style. And then our edges is being dealt with here. Full of shape. Okay, can we use a border now? No. No. No, it looks like it, but we cannot use a border because I done something wrong with this. And I want to know whose fault this is. Well, that's not right. But it should just use the thin edges, shouldn't it? Ah, I see your problem, Raven. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. Just sneak it in there. Or just say, look, I'm gonna do a next project in WebAssembly. And they'll be like, what is this? It's concerning me. I don't understand it and it makes me frightened. Do something else. And you'll be like, all right, I'll use Rust if you insist because of the memory safety and how cool it'll make us look. But I want to use WebAssembly and I do this under protest. Who are you really? There you go. Okay. We're gonna get this thing working one way or another. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you. One way. All right. Edges seem to be returning nothing of value. So we're gonna breakpointify this thing. Where are you, my canvas? I don't want the canvas. I just want an in. All right. Find the border. Go to layout. Slap the old breakpoint over there and look at us go. Border style is thin and the edges, they are present. Okay, so that shouldn't be a problem then, should it? Or did I forget? So you have one code base in what, like C++ and then 6,000 Rust tools with it? Ah, but then you just write it in inline assembly in Rust. And then you say, well, we use inline assembly in Rust because it's cross-platform somehow because it's Rust. That's pretty good though, Hardliner. It's pretty good. All right, we're gonna look at the paint code for this thing now. Border size. Well, that looks pretty good. And then, I have commented out the painting code. This would clearly be a problem. All right, what are you? You're a glyph. And then we can just do away with that. Then we can just do this. And then, shit. What did I do wrong? Oh no, a local position? Well, it can't be having any of that. Okay, can we get a border? Yeah, we can. I'm pretty happy about that. Hello, Theo, how you doing? The cam lighting is so dramatic.
Que dramático, la luz es muy dramático.
Shady stuff. Listen, Lobsang, the only thing that's shady here are my business practices. Good, good. What are you doing, Theo? Are you streaming today? Are you up to anything fun? I haven't been able to hang out in your stream for a long time because I am incapable of using a computer correctly, but also tired. Working and lurking sounds pretty good. It's hacking our Bitcoin. There's so much that is correct with that sentence that I want to give you a hug and a sandwich at the same time. All right, we are 20 minutes away from the 10-hour mark, and there's not a sign in the world that I am tired or losing concentration. Okay, now here's a bug. It was possible to set the border style to a string, right? I mean, no, there we go. However, this is no longer doable because we cannot. So instead, we're going to have to make the border style into a collection of strings. So then we will do this. And this is making me feel a little bit unhappy about the amount of work that I'm making for myself. Don't forget about the 6. And now we can treat this as a collection. But this means we have to rewrite the documentation too. And I am not most pleased with this. But in for a penny. Alright, but you don't exist, custom glyph. You have to be created from the layout step. Border style. No. There was a 20-year-old post on Game Dev asking how they could write an MMO in HTML. What? HTML only? No CSS? Can you do the list conversion automatically somewhere? I can, Lobsang. I'm just trying to think. And it's proving to be difficult. All right. So, oh, hang on. Right. We can get the thing out of attributes. And that's going to be our border style. So we're going to match on this thing with 2 T's, the new match statement. And if it's none, then we're going to return default. If it's some, now we're talking. What are you? Unknown. Well, why? You're supposed to be an option T. Yeah, that used to be a string, right? Instead, we have to call get val now. So this is a val. Kilmer or otherwise, we don't know. That's unbelievably gracious of you to give Notepad that much attention, right? All right, can we call with stir on this thing? With stir. No. No. Okay, we don't want to do anything in this file if we don't have to. Stir for each, we can do that. Or stir iter. Maybe. Yeah. Look at this thing. Look how cool this thing is. See, an expression list or a statics whatever and whatever. Yeah, this is fine. This is recursively delightful. Right. Is this a string? Yes, it is. Oh, thank you for asking. Now, we could... Oh my god. This glyph business, these bloody code points have ruined so much. No one is ever gonna write an actual widget for this thing because it's such a nightmare. It is the worst. This is like inviting Satan to your kid's birthday party. Or at least Satan might be entertaining, right? We need to talk. All right, so let's get ourselves a... I don't know. He who controls recursion. Ah, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Edges is equal to... Now, what should we do? We can fill this up with the... We can grab the default one. What's the default? Slim edges. Okay. And then here, we can say that edges 0 is equal to something. They have a temple? Man, all I have is a cave. All right. No. Why? That's why. No, not that's why. There we go. Wait, what? Are you not a border style? What are you? You are a glyph of 8. And you are a border style. Oh, you're a custom asshole. So this is just border style thin. And this is border style custom. But this is unpleasant to look at. Do you remember their bug? Do you remember the bug? I would, Paracera, but then something joke, wife, horny, you know? You just gonna piece that together as you please? I'm just gonna be here. Okay, now, this is, wait, what? What? No. Break. Okay. Good makeup? Then I don't know about that. I let my kid put makeup on my face once because she wanted to practice, and I just looked like a prostitute. It was a fun day. My wife had all her friends over. They thoroughly enjoyed it. Okay, so we need to create a glyph here. And how do we do that, pray tell? By having insanely itchy ears. This is not gonna work. No, but this has to work. We have to be able to make glyphs out of this jazz. We could just index up all the glyphs, couldn't we? But then that would kind of suck a little, wouldn't it? It should be but one glyph per magic fish cake. All right, 7 hours away from the 10-hour mark. I am a fully functioning human being, and we shall continue. Now, what does this thing actually do for us? Glyph map. Reveal your secrets. We can make a new one of this. So we could just make a new set of glyphs for this thing and then just get the next one. And that's what we do for each string thing. Did I kind of misunderstand the whole thing, didn't I? I kind of did, didn't I? I did something stupid and you all just watched me. All right, get rid of all this. There we are, okay? And the shame is shared between us now. The failure is not all mine. Yeah, it kind of is. All right, glyphs, new. And then how do we do? How do you do? How do you do? S. And then we're going to call next. While let sum G equals to glyphs. Now, to the untrained eye, this might look stupid, but that's just because you don't possess my skills, okay? And then in here, we're going to pass in context dot glyph map. Now who's the idiot? There we go. And we shall always return break here. There we go. Never. G. I see. If index is larger than or equal to 8, then we have to break here. Now, can we do this thing? No, we cannot. It has still broken. Untrained hardliner. We surround ourselves with people we wish were more like us. This is entirely a fabrication. Okay, what do you want from me, Rust? I feel like we have come this far together, and now you are not working, and I don't know why. Okay, you know what we need? Yeah, you do. We need buffers, okay? Show me your buffer, and I show you a sandwich. Alright, layout. Okay, here we go. Are we here? Well, no. What? Border style? That is what I wrote. Oh, and also, but that is what I wrote. So why do you not want to do what I would like you to do? All right. Where have you failed me, Rust? We shall find out where some filthy panic hides. Clearly, it's not something I or someone else have done, but you know. So how did we end up here then? How did we end up in this ghoulish place? 2 minutes left until we hit the 10-hour mark. What happens at 10 hours? No one knows. We can't do this. Oh no. We can't do this because we need a stupid map for this. Okay, right. Let's continue up the business tree. What's this? Yeah, I know, right? It's too late in 1 minute and 30 seconds to do so. Oh no, it's this thing. Okay. I kept doing this. I kept singing this to the wife until she went mad. I'd be like, "Did you know?" She goes, "No, what?" "It's too late to apologize." And I kept doing that to her until she got angry, which usually takes less than 2 minutes. Okay. So there's a panic. And I'm hungry. What are we gonna eat? All right. What are we gonna eat? Okay. Who have you done this thing? Okay. Where are you now? Megan, I try, but it's a dependency. Thank you, cat peasant, for the scary shock. Baby shit. Nah, we're not doing that. We're gonna hit 10 hours, okay? 10 hours, and I'm still here. All right, we're gonna do this. We are going to. I have done math. Okay. So not all. Why not all? Okay, should we raid someone? Because I am clearly no longer a functioning human being. We shall find someone to raid. Kuviman. Yes. Or should we ride? Let's ride. Who should we raid? Hello, Enrico. I do recognize this pattern. All right, we have some Rust programmers here. Okay, right. You guys can choose between Alkaline or Kuverman. What would you like to watch? Or would you like some Jackie Codes, maybe? First one to say something, that's what we go with. Or should we raid? I would love to stream more Hardliner, but I foolishly didn't make food that I could eat while I streamed. So I have little energy left and a big bug that requires a lot of crying to solve now. So there's I want English. I don't speak these languages. Just click the English button. There we go. Something. Should we raid Caleb? Are you ready to stream, Caleb? Do you want to get set up? Are you good to go? Oh, the kid left. She's like, Dad, you're boring. I'm going out with my friends. You are not ready, then we shall raid. There we go. Here we have some random streamer that we're gonna raid. Raid Cat Peasant. Cat Peasant isn't streaming. Or Icelandic. I can't speak these languages. Come back and make me food, right? Okay, I will be back tomorrow. And we shall have this bug fixed by then. So maybe we can actually get back to releasing this software then, right? You guys are amazing. Thank you for hanging out. 100. All right, we do it.